Why you not adding to the screen? All of that background you doing.
Because that's your job.
No, it was your job to add
It's
yourself
your
to the
job.
screen.
It's your job. And
You
no music.
you have
We-
been
I don't understand why we didn't have no music on the countdown. That's what we do. We
read
had
what
the
I wrote
music.
in the private
We
chat
had
since you always
we
read.
had the music, and then the little thing go off, and then that's when it starts. Why we don't have no music? Don't be silent now.
I'm not silent. I answered you 3 times. Now, whether it's what you want to hear or not is different. I can't do anything about what you want to hear, but I've told you why the music is at the end three
And,
times.
and you need headphones.
I'm not using them.
You need headphones.
I'm not using them.
We should get you some ears, the one that just go
Well,
in.
let's get those.
Okay, which ones
I'm
would you
not putting on any headphones.
which ones would you like? You want the ones from Apple, or you want something else?
You are the system admin.
I'm
Use
assist.
it whatever you
I'm
think I
going.
need to have.
Then I'm assist. Then I'm going to assist, and then you gonna wear what is picked out. I gave you the option. No, put it back on the other side.
No, because when you share your screen, you're now the primary person.
Put it back on the other side.
Goodness, you come on the screen fussing.
Put it back on the other side. You the one starting. I wasn't even in on the screen. You
But
started.
you're in my ear. As you guys can see, Tam's back in Florida.
You
Tam's in
started.
Florida. Welcome to How We Linux. You're one
You started
away
this.
from 200.
You the one set this off.
I didn't set it off. You've
Yes,
been
you
setting
did.
it off for the last all morning.
Don't be recovering from the
You
sermon.
are the setter offer.
Nope. Mm-mm.
It
You was
At
like,
least
why
not
you?
friendly.
This is what
It
you
is
said.
smoke.
Let me repeat what you
It
said.
is not friendly. But
Stop trying
before
to
we get
overtalk.
into
Don't
that,
try
you
to
guys make
overtalk
sure
me.
you hit the like button.
Don't try to overtalk me. What you
I'm not
said
trying to
was
overtalk you. I would never do that.
yes, you would.
I would never try to overtalk
Yes,
you.
you would.
Absolutely.
Yes, you would. You a modern woman. Yes, you would.
I tell you, you start bringing that YouTube shit over here. I don't know why you
You
always
are a
say.
modern. You are a modern woman. You would. You're modern and you're
I don't even know
disrespectful.
what that means because I'm not that modern.
You're a modern woman and you disrespectful.
Oh, down to earth, wasn't it a sermon? But you know what? It was something that we needed. It was definitely something that was needed. This is right. Was needed. Definitely.
I gave an hour break. We used to do 30 minutes.
They smoke. This smoke. She been wilding. Just how long you been here? 2 weeks?
No,
How long you been here?
a week since last Sunday.
Oh, and I was in Colorado the week before last, right? Here.
No, you was in Colorado 3 weeks ago.
Ooh, it felt like the week after last. I hear my eye.
You just bring all the smoke. We have to work on that.
I'm air. That's my air. I'm the air sign. I just blow it.
No, we gotta work on that. You blow smoke.
But trust me, you are bringing the blaze. I just do some smoke. You gonna burn it. You gonna burn it down. Trust. What?
It's no need. It's no
That's
need.
Scorpio energy. I'm just
It's
gonna burn
no.
it
It's
down.
no need. It's no need in leaving a half empty shack up, and for somebody to come
Yes.
in and be in there doing just crazy stuff. You just going to tear it all the way down
Yes,
and start over.
death.
Your lighting is off.
My what?
Your lighting is off.
I don't. From my end, it looks fine.
You
Now,
look good.
before when I moved a little bit,
You
that's
see?
gonna send it off. See, when I move this way, because I have natural light coming here, so when I move it, it does something more.
Yeah, that's why I say it's off.
Oh,
When you move, it shouldn't.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I moved too far. I should have closed the window, but I like seeing the outside.
ain't nothing to look at.
Hey, Tamika, how you doing today, Tamika?
I'm fine, Dion. How are you, Dion?
Don't do it.
How you
Don't
doing,
don't do it.
Dion?
Don't do it.
How are you doing, Dion?
Dion is great.
Dion.
There's too much on there, but Dion's doing great.
Dion.
D is in the building. We got Texas in the house. We got VA in the house.
Who are you today? Are you Dion? Or are you Dejanay?
First of all, my name is Dion.
Mm. Dion, if
And
you're
this
in there,
is how we
Dion,
do.
Dion, if you're in there, blink twice. Let me know so I don't have to come save you. Invasion
Or
of
you
the body
saving me from
snatchers.
you.
No, invasion of the body snatchers. Let's get into it. So, what you shaking your head for?
I'm ready to get into it.
Just shaking your head means you're not ready. Nodding means you're ready. All right, let me try it again. So, let's get into it. See, you don't follow instructions very well. When you shake your head, that means you're not ready. When you nod your head, that means you're ready.
Damn, I don't know what's going on. But she didn't eat nothing spicy unless she didn't put anything spicy on her egg. I was
So
a
try
good
one
friend.
more.
I went and got us eggs and croissants this morning. Her favorite breakfast.
Oh God, let me melt out the chair. You ready? Let's try it again. Ready?
Uh-oh, DFW, Dallas Fort Worth. Stand up. That's where my people from. Dallas.
That means
Oh,
she's not
yes.
ready. You see how she ignored me? That means she's not ready.
Chi-Town, stand up.
I'm gonna let this gonna go on for the next 10 minutes. I'm gonna let her have
We
her
don't have
piece.
nobody else. I was just saying hey to Emily.
I'm gonna let you have your piece. Let you done. See, I told you next 10 minutes you know what? I noticed this when she comes on, she gotta be spicy.
You so mean to me.
She gotta be
You
spicy.
so mean to me.
She gotta be spicy. She don't be. She be spicy. And then when I return back, she come in as a spice one. I come in as a spice two. Then she be like, "Oh, I'm ready." Hmm, interesting. Hmm. Tracy, I am being nice. See what I'm saying? That right there, that don't do nothing but agitate me, and she knows it. So then when I respond, then it's a problem. Because why you got to do all that? Namaste. Why you got to do? Why you got to do all that? Why you just can't just not have any reaction? It. It is in D. You got to understand who this person is. It is in her. You ever seen Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and he's out in the woods, and the guys be out there with the little things, and and they hit you with the dart. That's D. She gonna stand behind a flower or a tree and hit you with a dart and be like, "Me? What that mean? I didn't. What did that say? What did I do?"
Your girls is popping.
That's D.
Your girls is popping.
Thank you, Dion. Thank you, Dion. You enjoyed the last show? Good. Yep.
Tam need a nap. So for
I don't need
everybody
no
who
nap.
don't know, she needed a nap.
I'm wide awake. I don't need no nap.
Allie, the last show was about being stuck. How do you get your ass out of Stuckville, USA? What is we gonna do? It start here first.
For some people, it don't even start there.
And for me, but you have to make a decision.
When some people make the decision, they just don't execute. They
Yeah,
make
we
a
were talking
decision,
about
but they
that in
don't
the chat as
execute.
well. Like how do you if you do how do you stay, and then just so much good stuff. So much good stuff. But hey, we here together. I just wish it would be where people tap in. I think people leave here, and unless they're, married or having a significant other, and they're working with their significant other on their goals and plans, people that are usually by themselves, I don't think they plug in like they really should. We get the same group handful of people that do, and when it comes to like accountability and stuff, but we're greater together, and I wish more people would tap in. um but
I think that's part of trust too.
yeah, and being vulnerable, but I mean,
I mean,
I struggle with that as well,
I'm,
but
I'm,
you don't
I'm
have to tell people all your business.
no, I'm talking about trust. Like you may find me out.
Again, for me, that's a vulnerability, because in actuality we're not perfect. You know what I'm saying? Like, what am I trying to portray? Or because a lot of times how you perceive yourself is very different than how other people perceive you. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are growing and we are building, but some people we met in our past and we weren't even talking about tech, was just like, we know you guys are in the industry and have all this stuff going on. Like, people put their own notions and biases on you as well. But when you come into a space and you come as you are, it is what it is. You can't really I mean, you really can't help how people perceive you. I mean, I've been getting what is that,
Red,
misperceived, or what is it,
Miss Red.
misread all my life.
Oh, I've been getting it all my life. I even get it from my
And
mom.
then also is, they say birds of a feather flock together. Not necessarily. You can have something in common, like college, or something like that, and they just lump you as that's who you're supposed to be, and that's who you're gonna be.
Shout out to Smart Money TV for becoming a new member. We appreciate you. On my end, I don't know what type of member. It just seems member. I'm not.
No, this smart money. She upgraded to the 3,300 earner.
Oh, okay. Got you. Thank you for the upgrade. And then we had a new 300K member this morning from Chief Truckalot. Who he or she became a 300 member. A Queen Lee, you've been abandoning us. You've been hiding. I'm calling you out. You've been hiding.
Have you been hiding, or have you been busy? How are you? It's good to see you.
She's been hiding.
You
She
you you is on everybody today, huh?
no, no.
You got your. Well, I'm glad you can make it this Saturday. You are missed. That's Tam saying she missed you.
No, that's Tam saying you've been hiding. I said what I said. I said what I said. I did. All right. So the first show, $5 a day. How? 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 How are you gonna put $5 away every single day into an account, um, and not touch it for a year? And where are you gonna get? What are you gonna do to get that $5? You can start with your personal budget, right, and not eating out, you know, and so forth, right? Subscriptions, whatever. You can also leverage your own skill set for that $5. Where if your skill set is trading, you may be an investor, right? So you can you could buy uh $10 of Apple and go from there and see what your returns are on your Apple stock. Um, let me.
You
Uh,
know what? I was just thinking about Apple stock too. And I was like, man, that means I got to spend some more money to make $5 extra. But I was thinking,
but you may make more, right?
I mean, yeah, yeah. But I was just thinking that to myself, like, okay, I got me a little dividend notification, um, and it was only like $1 or something. But I'm just like, how do I put more into that? What is my goal for that? But I am proud of myself because I did add some income um to the pot. So
I'm looking now to
right.
see what has Apple returned over time.
And you know what, Allie, sometimes people don't even realize that they are in their own way or they are the issue. We put situations uh, in front of it as the cause. Like we were talking about burnout. Um, Down to earth, I think you said you were the first one who mentioned that, just being burned out. And then to me, it's just like, okay, well, that's a form for me. It's a form of Stuckville because it's just like, why am I burnt out? What is going on in my space to make me feel burnt out where I am not as excited as I was or in it? What is that? Is it the job? Is it um me? Is it other situations? Like what's on my plate that is causing me to burn out? And is it serving?
Trying to find my mouse. I had to unplug my.
That's how big that screen is, huh?
I need to unplug my other screen.
You like, screen is huge.
No, it's just it doesn't show up. The mouse wasn't showing up. All right, so Apple has made a splendid 253% return in the past 5 years. In the past 5 years. Now, when I go look at Cash App, let's
A
go.
Cash App public?
No, I'm just going to Cash App because Cash App give me the return over time.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you in a minute. Hold on. Overall, Apple has returned 175,000% over time. It's been around 43 years that I've been looking up, right? Microsoft MSFT MSFT has returned 636,580% all time. Microsoft has returned more than Apple all time. All right. Coca Cola, which is what KO, right? Is that Coca Cola? I thought Coca Cola was KO. Maybe CO. Yeah, it's KO, Coca Cola. Coca-Cola has returned over time, as all time, has returned 628,200% over time, right? So if you're looking at what can return, what can you get out of those, and you want to get that $5 a day or whatnot, that's one way. Another way um, is um, lending your services out, your skill sets and services. So whether you're a mentor or, and you can look at it this way. Let's bring up the calculator. Um, what's $1,000 divided by 30 days? So that's $33, right? So really, we wanted to do $2,000 divided by 30 days. That's too much. So 5 times 30 is 180, 150. So $150. So how can you take that and add $150 a month to your life? 150 a month. 150 a month. So on 150 a month, if you are a mentor or you help somebody write a grant or a proposal, you could help somebody figure out how to figure out a career in tech, or you can even, like I say, you if you're good with your hands, you can sell earrings. You can buy bulk off of Alibaba, resell some earrings, set your Poshmark store up, right? Again, we're only talking about $150 a month. Say you had maybe some earrings on there, you're selling them at $25 a pop, right? It's 5 pair of earrings a month, right? I'm just saying $5 a day. $5 a day. Do you got some ideas?
On how to make $5 a day. I do. Um, it depends on what people do. You
I know,
know,
but I mean, just some ideas you have in your head.
eh, ideas that I had in my head based on me,
It
or
don't. It
just
don't.
based
It could be.
on.
It could be based on anything.
Well, you told people they can pick up cans.
They can.
You pick up, and they can put those roaches to work. Get them an Instagram page.
Yep, I say that too.
So get the roaches the Instagram page.
Uber Eats,
Hmm?
Uber Eats, Instacart.
Uber Eats, Instacart. I on the way to the bakery, I see a lady in her yard. She got a hot dog stand. Um, I mean, for me, I think the easiest thing for people to do is make money off of number one, their skill set, and put it in a or and make the money off the skill set that you enjoy doing. Like if you are good at speaking and you are a host, and you have a church or you have something and you want to host, and you are that you know getting people together, or what they call that, a herder or hoarder. You can make money off of that, or your hobbies. If you crochet, and you like little things, sell some blankets. If you make soap, sell some of that stuff on Etsy. If you are learning a new skill and you are good at code, go and offer yourself to people, or your services rather. Like this is what you can do. Like every time I speak to a friend, especially a friend I haven't spoken to in a long time, and we're talking about different things that they want to do, um, I always ask them, how can I help you bring that to fruition? What can I do? to help you bring that things to fruition. And I will be your accountability partner in that. And that's for me, you're not only helping a friend, but it's also an opportunity to make some money. And then also, if there's something that you are planning to do, go ahead and put yourself in that circle. For me, when I first moved to Florida, I was an operations manager and it's business in general. And what I did was I simply placed my resume back then was like on Craigslist. Like like or rather I didn't place my resume on Craigslist because that's creepy. But I start I start responding to job ads. Back then I was a transaction coordinator for real estate. Like that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to get back in real estate. I wanted to work with realtors, but I wanted to work on my own terms. So what I did was I started responding to people's ads and they were various prices, but what I did was once I got my foot in the door, I basically changed the game. Like that's not enough money for me, but based on what your budget is, this is what I can do. And I'll come in as a 1099 contractor and I can deliver A, B, C, and D. And that's how I started picking up clients. And so, you have to be a hunter in that aspect. And then sometimes things just fall in your lap based on things that you like to do. For instance, when my goddaughter was 5 years old, she had a birthday party, and her mom was hosting the adults, and me and her sister hosted the kids. And the way I interacted with the kids, the parents came up to me and was like, "So, how much do you charge? Do you do this on the regular?" And I was just like, I am just helping out. But because I had a natural ability with these 5 year olds, they were just like, okay, well, little Henry has a party next week. Are you available? And I was like, if I wanted to be bothered with kids, I would have took them up on that offer, and that would have probably been a whole new business. But a lot of times, people are already asking you for a service that you just innately do, and you don't even realize it. So my question is, what are you already doing that you are known for? What do people come and ask you to do
I'm a
just
heckler.
because you're you?
I'm a heckler.
You's a what?
I'm a heckler.
You's a heckler. Where's the petty T side at? She is a rare form. She
I'm a
is
heckler.
rare. Who do you heckle, Tam? And do they pay you to heckle? They tell you to come in and heckle the people.
I'm a heckler.
A queen, just some hot dogs, just out there. Literally, this stand, and when I drive by, it's in the morning time, and it might be a food desert over that way, just proximity, but it's always people in front of that stand. They got the little umbrella and everything.
That's what it is. All right, so here we go. Says I just looked it up just out of curiosity. 43 ways to make $5 online. All right, so just randomly, how to make $5 a day online and in person. Swag Bucks is one of my favorite sites you can use to make money online. And let me blow this up and let me get rid of that. This is a site you can earn money doing a variety of tasks like taking surveys, watching videos. And that people do get paid to watch videos online, playing video games, and more. Making $5 a day with Swagbucks is simple. Not to mention, you get $5 completely free when you open a new account. That means you're bored sitting on the couch, and why not take a few extra surveys to make some extra cash, right? That's Swag Bucks. Inbox Dollars is another simple, excellent platform to make $5 a day. With this site, you can make money online through paid surveys, games, videos, so forth. Survey Junkie is another way. taking surveys on online. No, my best suggestion is make an email address that you don't use, and use that email address for these things. Nielsen panel is a way to make passive income by installing the software on your device and letting it run in the background. The app will track your browsing history anonymously, so you don't have to worry about it. And you'll be paid $50. You can earn up $50 per device just by letting the software run in the background. All right. Opinion Outpost is another survey. Um, Pinecone Research is one of the top survey sites on the market. It typically pays $3 to $5 per survey. Right. Cash Kick offers different ways to get paid online, and on get different ways to get paid for your time, including taking surveys, shopping, and playing games. Now, I did do this back in the day, where you could get money to go eat at restaurants and do reviews.
A secret shopper, kind of like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Mm-hmm. It's just, but you just go in and eat, order something and give a review on it. Back in the day, they was paying $20.
There was and I think they're out of Tampa, and they are called Appen, APPN, and they
Mm.
have a big building in downtown Tampa, and they were like one of the first gig work from home type of remote places. And you have all these little short term projects that you sign up for, and I still get their email. However, a lot of their stuff is more, it's turned into more, ooh, more R&D type things. Like for instance, like they want you to have an Apple phone, like a recent Apple phone, and watch all these videos and down. I'm like, I'm not about to do that. Or take like a certain amount of pictures, and you can sign up to these little different projects. But I'm gonna put their link in there. They
Yep.
say now that they are uh they support data sourcing, data preparation, and real world model evaluation needs.
Yep.
Hold on, let's see. Here's the link here.
Yeah. So the other one is user testing. If you have some free time, you can make good income by testing websites with platforms like user testing. So I'll open that one up. I guess Tuluna is another popular survey website for making money online. Surveys to Cash, iSurvey World, Panda Research. Well, with this app, you can earn up to $50 per survey you complete and get paid directly to PayPal, making it easy to get your money. Um, Truebill technically won't make you money, but it will save you money, which is simply the same thing. Uh, I never heard of this one. Ibotta is a cashback app that pays you just for your normal shopping. My points, and here we start getting into points, is what that looks like. Life points, Stick R is a platform you can get paid to drive your car as you normally would. You sign up, you become the driver. Stick R will send you a removable sticker to place on your vehicle. Send a photo of the sticker placed on your vehicle. Drive as you normally would and get paid. I don't know. That I sense like that may be a tracking device too. It's simple. You can easily make $5 with this method and close passive income. Mobile expression is just like Nielsen, except it only available on mobile devices. These ads is killing me. Platform tracks your data anonymously to help companies understand mobile trends. In return, they'll give you a $5 Amazon gift card after you've been a member for a week. It's completely free to join. Branded surveys. Of course, there's still
All
what
that malware.
yeah, virtual assistants. You can make $10 to $20 an hour. DoorDash, Instacart, You can make 250 a week. Amazon Flex, freelance writing, proofreading. Uh, if you have an eye for detail, like to catch grammar and uh, spelling errors, you can make money proofreading documents online. Of course, they say create a YouTube channel. That don't make you $5 a day. It takes work. Transcription work. Transcription work is one of the easiest side hustles you can make. You can do to make money online whenever. With this method, you listen to audio files and transcribe them into written text. While the pay is nothing crazy, it's simple to earn extra money. Data entry is another one. I forgot about that. Voiceover work is another one. Data entry, if you go to indeed.com and let's look up data entry, right? Um, Hit search and then let's do remote. And let's do posted in the last 3 days. So data entry part time, 34,000 to 43,000. They want 20 hours a week, 8 to 4. Project data assistance, credentialing, verifier, virtual, healthcare data entry consultant, Monday through Friday, pharmacy tech, document publisher, business support professional, part time care manager. And let me do this. Let's go up here and look up part time. Clerical assistant, program assistant, student services, customer service specialist, survey interviewer, approximately 25 hours a week, call center rep, ain't doing call center, development lead, telemarketing representative, and so forth and so on. Like, I just wanted to show you, like, if you wanted to, you could make that $5 a day, part time, doing work, and that'll be your thing. I don't know. I guess you posted a link in the chat. It happened. This one.
Hmm.
Where would you go on here?
Um, I signed up to this thing over 10 years ago. I think you should go to careers and see what they have. Let me go to the website myself.
Uh,
Let me see.
I didn't see careers up there.
Hold on. Let me just do a quick search.
Um, I see engineering,
Hold
enterprise.
on. Here we go. I'm gonna give you a new link. New link. Like, oh, so they name the projects different stuff. Check the private chat. The new link. Like, and each project has like a different name to it, and you sign up with these projects, and like it has like these little reports you may have to do, and you get like it say like this one is 10 hours, 10 to 12 hours, and it has your recs that you're supposed to have.
And what do you do?
It depends. Read what that one is. This one is a search evaluator. So each project is different. But again, when I first started, the jobs were more like call center, or like I said, like something real like different type of shift work. But it just goes to show you how even companies have had to pivot about what they were offering.
It's
But
$14 an hour, and you work from home. Flexibility to work as a valued contributor. You'll assess and analyze search results for specific queries, helping search engines provide more precise and relevant results. Experience the perfect balance of flexible work and meaningful impact with the Yukon project. You need a smartphone or personal computer, commitment of 15 hours a week, a Gmail account will, and we will be installing an app on your phone. So I get another phone. Live webinars, um, simulated practice tasks to hone your skills. Ensure you're disconnected to from the VPN. Start or apply now. Complete your profile. We'll email you an application. Pass a 3-part exam, and then prep for the exam, and then start making money.
Yeah. So they'll have a different little project, and it was one project that I liked and I clicked on, but the time I couldn't commit to that particular situation. I'm like, I'm not doing all of that.
Oh yeah, chopping up videos is another one, and turning videos into blogs is another one as a service. You can turn YouTube videos into blogs. See, YouTube videos.
Oh yeah, and I'm looking at jobs. They have a professional freelancer, selfie video collection project, abstract algebra expert. And when I Googled it, Craftman, which is AI testing, AI data solutions specialist, mathematics expert. You can translate Russian to English. They got all type of stuff. Vietnamese speech data collection, all kind of little quirky stuff.
Yeah. So you can use AI to turn YouTube videos into blogs and offer that as your service.
I was
Um,
reading a blog today and I was like, this is such an AI driven blog. I said, I don't care what AI does, you need to read through the blog before you post it.
right,
I
but
knew it was an AI blog because the paragraphs basically was kind of like reworded and the same thing. And I was like, I just read this. And I was like,
or they just didn't, or they made it and cut and paste and didn't proofread it. But yeah, you can turn YouTube,
proofreading is another job.
yeah, into a blog. That's what I wanted to do, was turn our videos into blogs. Um, and pull out stuff, when we're talking and whatnot. But that's what I wanted to do. All right, why are we here today? We talked about how you can make the $5, so I just gave you how you can make $5.
A little bit more than $5, actually.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so let's get into it. All right, this is the 2023 State of Tech Talent Report from the Linux Foundation. All right, so that looks a little small, so let me blow it up some more. All right, blow it up one more again. All right. Economic concerns cause 59% of organizations to revise their 2023 technical hiring plans, primarily by freezing new positions, for uh, more plan to increase hiring than increase. As I say, here's new hiring continues to focus on developers and newer technology, while senior technical roles bear the brunt of the job costs. The higher the cost for those senior tech talents, the more scrutiny you're gonna be under now, because they're looking to lay off. So I think the sweet spot is anywhere from 150 to about 300K. I think that's the sweet spot. I know it sounds like a lot, but some people will make you millions, right? Also says both cloud and managed service providers, 65%, and telecommunication organizations are more likely to increase their technical staff. I keep telling you, telcos are not going anywhere. They're just not. You all like to use your phone. Organizations increasing their hiring in 2023 are focusing on newer technology, cloud, containers, cybersecurity, AI, ML. 70% of the organizations surveyed provide training opportunities for their existing staff on new technologies. When unable to find suitable technical candidates, organizations train existing employees more than hiring consultants. All right. 64% of the respondents agreed that recruitment is costly, time consuming, and can lead to the wrong candidate. Almost one out of three new hires, 29% depart within 6 months of being onboarded. 25% of organizations have increased their reliance on training and certification incentives in 2023. Most respondents agreed that the certification, 73%, and pre employment testing are necessary to verify skills addressing the challenges of finding the right candidate. All right, I'll go backwards here. Training is a significant strategy for organizations. Half of those reducing 52% or 50% they're freezing 50% their hiring plan to upskill. 53% of respondents felt upskilling is extremely important, and respondents felt like upskilling, 91%, and certification, 77%, are more important than a university education degree to address the technology needs. Right? So let's get into how they break it down. They talk about the technical hiring picture in 2023, the upskilling trend, addressing tech talent shortages in 2023, and last but not least, recruitment and onboarding process create challenges in 2023. What we want to start at, D? Do we want to start with, you all let me know, technical hiring picture? You want to start with upskilling? You want to address the tech talent shortages, or recruitment and onboarding process create challenges? Where we want to start at?
I say the next two because we in the process. People are here upskilling, and they're on their path. They know what they need to do. Now they need to know where these jobs are, what these shortages, where they at, and then how they gonna get on. That's my thoughts.
Okay, so the last two, which out of the last two, which one?
I'm gonna let the people decide out of the last two.
Okay, page 18 or 22. That's what we'll put in chat. Put 18 if you want to hear about addressing tech talent shortages, or put 22 if you want to talk about recruitment and onboarding process create challenges. 18 or 22. Them the two numbers I'm looking for. No? All right. Man, no feedback. I'm gonna just pick.
Pick. Let's go to 18. Start at the top. Oh, somebody standing on me and said 22.
All right, we'll go back 22 here. Recruitment and onboarding processes create challenges. Let's go. Let me get it so we can all read. I'll go back to 18 after this one. Upskilling emerges the best as the best way to cope with a difficult situation. I feel like I'm jumping in the middle here. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah. So upskilling emerges as the best way to cope with a difficult situation. 84% of the hiring tech talent agree that there is a need for a streamlined way to recruit new technical staff with proven skills. And it's a figure shown below. Additionally, 78% agreed that hiring the wrong candidate and onboarding um, onboarding again is an issue. In comparison, 64% agree that recruitment is costly and time consuming and often does not lead to the right candidate. 64% agree that onboarding takes valuable internal resources away from critical projects too long. Upskilling does have its challenges, while 55% of the organizations agree that upskilling can help fill a new position. Often the need to backfill remains. Fortunately, hiring a junior person is near always easier than hiring a senior person. 47% of the organizations state that upskilling takes too long or is ineffective at training for complex roles, but it is noteworthy that 40% of the organizations disagree with this statement. Finally, 47% agree that upskilling is not well suited for teaching broad subject matter. 31% of the organizations disagree with this last statement. So basically, what I'm getting out of this, they actually don't want to upskill people internally. They actually want to go out and seek those talents. So that's why I always tell you is to look at what direction the company is going in so you can upskill yourself and not rely on somebody else to let you know where they're going or where everything is headed. You have to look at where they're putting their money at. Everybody who works for a company has a chance to look at the company's earnings and where they're putting money at. If they're putting money into research and development, find out what category of research and development is that they're putting money in. That's something you need to find out, right? That's something I would look into just as a future reference. All right, so let's get into here. All right, so um I don't know how to close that one down because it's not. Here we go, here we go, here we go. All right, there's a need for streamlined way to recruit talent, and they just got that stuff in a chart. All right, let's go here. Time to fill an open technical position. About how long does it take to fill an open technical position? On average, 1 to 3 months. 1 to 3 months. That's including the interviews that people have to set up as well too. So if you got to interview 10 people and it's 5 people that's going to be per interview, then you're going to have to take that calculation of each one of those people that has to interview, and that's going to tell you your cost there. Less than a month is very rare. Excuse me, that you get something filled less than a month, and it's also very rare that you get something filled less than more than 12 months. So your sweet spot right here is the 1 to 6 months. That's your sweet spot on how long it takes to fill a role. It says organizations should streamline their hiring and onboarding process to reduce turnover rates and increase efficiency. Even with the efficient process in place, the survey data shows the recruitment and the onboarding remain time consuming. High turnover rates indicate that the organizations may benefit more from upskilling their existing employees than slowly relying on external recruitment efforts. The key is to use all the above as a strategy to address the talent needs. Let's see. All right. They just talk about, looks like they're just talking about the data right here that we just looked at. Um, Let me see if I see anything that sticks out. Here they just give a summary. Overall, the data suggests that filling a technical position can take several months, indicating that the need for organizations to plan and take proactive steps to attract and retain technical talent. This may include offering competitive compensation and benefits packages, providing opportunities for professional development and growth, and promoting a positive workforce culture to attract and retain additional candidates. Let me see if that was it for that section. Nope. Here we go. How long does the onboarding process take? Usually, when you get hired, it's anywhere from 3 to 6 months for the onboarding. So let's look at here. Yeah. So 4 weeks, 1 to 3 months, 3 to 6 months. This is fairly true when you get a new job. This is fairly true. This right here is showing On average, what percentage of new technical staff hires resign or were asked to leave within 6 months? Look at this, 38%. 38%. After you get hired, you up out of there. 38%. 38. That's huge. That's damn near 40%. All right. So here says additionally, organizations may need to consider alternative approaches to recruitment, such as partnering with staffing agencies or leveraging online platforms to connect with potential candidates. By taking a proactive and strategic approach to recruitment and retention, organizations can better position themselves to succeed. LinkedIn recruitment, recruiting and onboarding times don't guarantee the goodness of fit. And they talk about here about that fit. Let me get out of this mode here to bring it back down some. Right? Recruiting and hiring the right candidate has proven a costly, time consuming, and often ineffective process for many organizations. That's why they always be asking you to turn in your resumes, your friends' resumes. I know some people that say you turn in a person resume, they pay you $3,700 per resume.
Mm, I need to start discussing that up front.
What's
What is the what
going
is
on,
the
Brandon?
referral fee?
Yep, yep. All right. So it says, therefore, organizations must ensure employees have the necessary skill to succeed in rapidly changing technology. So this, I'm gonna give you a rule of thumb of some things you can do to really help that 38% go down. I know a lot of you be in transition on jobs and so forth and so on. But here's a little FYI. If you get the job, don't start the job within the next 2 weeks. Push the job out for a month. Look at what your skill sets that you're going to need on that job, and then go study those things, those applications, those skill sets. Sit in webinars, this, that, and other. In the meantime, in between time, what you do is get a sign-on bonus to hold you over in between that month before you get started. It's a little trick. You get a sign on bonus. You take that sign on bonus and you have it there if you need to pay your bills or whatnot. But you should have an emergency fund anyway. So you shouldn't be using the sign on bonus anyway. That's a rule of thumb. And then once you get the sign on bonus and you got it sitting there, you start your job a month later. And so therefore you spend a month training up for the position before you start so you don't walk in blind, and it may be something that you don't know. For example, you might have got hired and you don't know how to use how to reduce the size of a container, or you don't know how to use Terraform Cloud, but you know how to use Terraform. Spend that time learning how to use Terraform Cloud. And then by the time you roll into the job, you're not trying to learn the job and learn Terraform Cloud. If it's a skill set you don't know, spend a month trying to learn it prior to getting the job, but at the same token, get a sign on bonus so you can have that month in order to study, right? You had that month in order to study, right? So that way, another one that you can always do is you can say, well, you know what? I don't need the sign on bonus. I need to have worker retraining. And you just use the worker retraining and then go take a class on that and keep pushing. That's another way. I like to use the first method. I get a month off um, to study and do what I need to do, and then go to work. People are usually flexible with time off because they know you want to put in a 2 weeks notice, and then most people want to have that extra week or so. So most people 3 weeks, 4 weeks is usually a good time to be transitioning to a new job. So you spend a month doing it. Now, don't do this. Don't take the 10,000 and $20,000 sign on bonus and be like, I'm at the Usher concert. Right? Don't be like Killer Cam and them bowling. Don't do that. All right. Don't do that. All right. Spend some time getting to know just the different technologies that current position is using, and start playing around in your own lab, whether it's online or your laptop or whatever, whatever the case may be, on those different things. How to secure a CI/CD pipeline? How do you use JFrog? How do you use Jaeger? How do you set up a Prometheus and Grafana? How to create SSL certs? How do you do that in AWS? How do you automate, like, things you just, little nuances that you just don't know, and you can do that, right? So
And
just a,
also preparing yourself for the job when it comes to, the team and questions you may have, and, getting to know and navigating and doing some additional research on the company and just being prepared. So when you walk in the door, you just like, okay, so boom, 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 this is how it works. This is what's going on. What are we doing? How are we going? And then part of that time is also preparing yourself to have some downtime in order to prepare yourself for this new job. You should be taking some time for yourself to just be like, okay, I skilled up, got this new gig, then let me woosah, let me make a couple of moves for myself, and then I will start this new
mhm.
gig. Give yourself time. It's always not, I'm giving them 2 weeks so I can start a new job in 2 weeks. They ask you when you can start. Oh, I can start in 2 months. Is that going to work? And if they want you a little earlier,
Yeah, some
it
people
might be a
have
little bit
families.
more money.
Some people have families, so they can't take a kid out of school, or it depends on the person, right?
Right. I mean, and you can be in the middle, and they don't have to know you in the middle of some. You can always blame it on some life stuff. Oh, I have a vacation that's coming, and so I won't be available till blah 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 blah.
Or the most of the time for me, I always go with just getting myself acclimated, get myself a mental break before I start a new one. And take time. Some people don't like to take time. I just take that time to utilize it to, okay, what's my route to work? What time do they start their sprints? And what how to set my schedule up and readjust to a new team? How many people on the team? What meetings do I need to be in? Like those type of things. So just a FYI, just something you can do. And some people don't want that month or 2 months. Some people just want to go roll because they don't want to miss that paycheck. I get it. So you roll out of one job and roll right into another job. So that's why I say the sign on bonus is the one that helps out with that. So, but if you don't want to do that, you can just roll from one job right into another one. All right, addressing the tech talent shortages in 2023. Let me blow this back out. All right, organizations are turning to training existing employees and hiring new talent to address the need for upskilling in these emerging areas. Um, its figure 7 shows that 71% cite hiring new IT professionals with experience in that new technology as a step taken to ensure their technical staff have the right skills. At the same time, 70% of the organizations provide training opportunities for existing technical talent or technical staff when there is an introduction of new technology. These two approaches to addressing organizational technology needs are popular because they're highly effective and complementary. Hiring new IT professionals can be an effective way to introduce new skills into an organization. Still, it can be risky given that the time required to find the right staff to onboard them and the high turnover rate if the cultural or economic fit is compromised. Alternatively, upskilling existing staff offers a way to incentivize existing staff and backfill with less senior staff where the supply of candidates is better and finding an optimal employee employer fit is less complex. Taken together, these two approaches form a foundation of how organizations can expand. Now, I want to start right there because I know a lot of you at the bigger locations, at your CACI, your khaki, your Amazon, you all go get these skills, you go get these technical certificates and stuff, and you never update your profile in the portal at the job. STEM Nomad, appreciate you. Preparation for onboarding is such good advice. This includes learning new skills needed and acclimating to new routines that you need to establish for the new job. Exactly, because you again you never know what you're gonna walk into. I'm just gonna be honest, and so you just got to be mentally prepared. Here's another little tidbit. I was reading online about the congressman, the black guy, and the lady. I don't remember the lady name. Anyway, long story short, he was talking with his hands, and she felt like he was aggressive. And I'm gonna say this: you gotta know, you gotta know thy opponent. You gotta know thy opponent. You have to know that when you talk with your hands and you may have a physical advantage over the person or a vocal advantage over a person, it's going to always be seen as you will always be seen as the aggressor. So you need to really work on not how to disengage, but how to control the narrative. So when someone is yelling and they may have a mad rant and they may be, I don't know, 2 feet away or in your face, take 3 steps back and say, "Excuse me, but could you please not yell? I feel threatened. Excuse me, I'm talking to you in a calm manner, but you're being very vocal and belligerent, and I feel my life is at stake. Excuse me, I'm just standing here and I wish you wouldn't yell because it's a trigger for me and I feel so unsafe around you." I'm using words on purpose. There's certain words I'm using on purpose, right? Because those words either gonna set them off or they're gonna calm down. Now, I'm not telling you to get hit. That's not what I'm saying. That's why I say take 3 steps back.
But if you do,
You got to control the narrative. I'm sorry. When you said that to me, it evoked this emotion in me, and I feel threatened. I don't understand why you're doing this to me. What more do you want from me? But again, you have to understand words,
the power
vernacular.
of words.
You have to understand how to use them because at any moment there could be some tears. Yes, there could be some tears. And when those tears come, no one, trust me, no one is gonna be like, "Oh my goodness," to you. But that's why you stand back and you say, "I feel threatened when you're yelling
With
at
the
me.
first tear, that's what you better do.
I feel threatened as you speak to me this way. Please stop. I feel like you're going to hit me. Don't raise your hand. No. Oh my God. First every time. I'm just saying.
What did I do? Why are you talking to me like this?
Yeah. I don't even say what did I do while you're talking to me like that.
I'm just talking. You know, that
Oh,
didn't happen.
oh yeah.
You know, that didn't that
Oh, I'm always like, you don't have to talk to me this way. I feel you're being aggressive and abrasive, and I can't stand here anymore because I don't know what your temperature or your hands are going to do. You're aggressive. I'm being real. And the Oscar goes to.
not me. Not me.
Nah, this is not called pulling the Karen. This is just straight up using um adjectives or words or adverbs to describe the moment so that it is clear. And if someone else is listening, it's triggering for them. That's it. I've been in.
Yeah, and it's
I've
actually
been.
protecting yourself, really. It's another way to protect yourself. And it's
I was in
even
a nervous.
just even when if you have a gun license and when you yell, stop, I'm afraid for my life. And you yelling that out loudly, that is protection because now you're making a private situation public, and it is in a way where you are not matching aggression with aggression. You are in distress, and I mean, we know sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. you know
Yeah,
you
so I'm gonna give you this story. So one day, this happened at work. I forget how the conversation came about. Anyway, during the conversation, the person tells I felt offended about what the person had said, and the person said to me, "You're coming from down here, and I'm coming up from up here." And I said to them, I said, "This conversation is now over." I said some words, and I walked out of the room. And the next thing was, I walked around the building, and the next thing was management came to me and was like, she's in her office crying. I said, give her some Kleenex. And then they were like, you should go apologize to her because she's crying. I said, that won't happen. I said, you can apologize to her, but do not do it on my behalf. Do not speak up for me. Do not go apologize for me. She stated what she stated. I said what I said, and I'm done with that conversation. But do not apologize to that person on my behalf because that's not truthful. It's like, well, maybe you all need to sit down and go to lunch. I said, no, she was disrespectful, and I disrespected her back in a calm voice, and I left. I'm not gonna raise my voice at you. I don't need to. Just get my blood pressure up. I don't need that. I preserve the right to live. That's what I'm doing. I'm preserving the right to live. So once that happens, um, I got a long email for the next 3 days about how she didn't mean this, that, and other. I said, you meant exactly what you meant. What you didn't think was I wasn't gonna respond. And what you thought is that I was gonna like come to you because you cried. I'm not gonna come to you because you cried. In fact, I put Kleenex on her desk. Keep crying. I don't care. And that's real.
and down to earth, it does not change just because it's remote. Because for me, when I
Mm.
first I worked
Hey, that's
remote
even
for a
worse.
long time. And but I worked basically in construction, so my remote situation basically was mute, just working from home. But when you're working with a whole bunch of different people with different in different generations with different personalities, it's different. And I would, my team lead would always have something to say about what I said in written format. And it was basically, I was just asking questions because I was new and a lot of things they were doing didn't make sense. And she was just like, well, you have to watch your tone. And I'm like, what is that? I started adding emojis into the same stuff. And it is what it is, because I would get rave reviews about me being over the phone and my tone and how I talk to people and, the users and all that stuff. But my colleagues, but when you're asking questions and you're asking the right questions, and when people are doing what they want to do and they are operating in a gray space where you're not going to go, like, I'm not telling that user that. I'm not saying that. Or you're asking for documentation to prove what they just said. Well, where is that so I can look at that? Because I'm not about to, we're recorded. I'm not about to tell these people anything on this line that we don't give. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to be on the chopping block because I'm the newest person on the totem pole. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to fire me, not the person. No, I'm not doing that. But yeah, I used to stay in the doghouse with that all the time. And this is just words. And it will be the same question with a smiley face. And they're like, oh,
Mm-mm. I ain't cold. Just some people you just know when they be on that BS. You just have to nip that in the bud.
and a lot of people are on it, especially when they've been found out, when they think they can get away with it. And it's like, no, you're not about to get away with that one. No.
All right, so let's get back to it. As indicated in Figure 7, differently sized organizations favor different approaches to expanding and improving their portfolio of technology skills. Organizations with 250 employees with fewer than 250 employees focus more on training and less on new hires, or organizations with 5,000 or more are more likely to hire new IT professionals. Basically, they cut the cost. They're going to cut you and go get what they need. That's why I like working for smaller organizations. They invest in their people. They want to keep you around. They're gonna, make sure you get where you need to be. I like smaller orgs. Importantly, most organizations, regardless of the size, see training as a must dash include approach to enhancing the depth and breadth of their in-house tech talent. End user organizations are more likely than tech companies to try several approaches, as shown in table A24, with 47% requiring training compared to 35% of the tech companies, and 77% providing training compared to 67 of the tech companies. So let's look at this graph here. Let me pull it back down right here. Hiring new IT professionals with technology training. So in the dark blue, that's 5,000 or more. In this blue here, I'm not sure what blue we want to call this. It's not royal. It's a little lighter. That'll be 250 to 5,000 employees, and then the lighter one is here, which is at 57%. So, in other words, hiring new IT professionals with experience in new technology, 9 times out of 10, it's going to happen in the bigger companies with 5,000 or more employees. With providing training opportunities for existing staff, 5,000 or more employees is at 71%. But if you look at 1 to 250 employees or 1 to 249 employees, they're more than likely going to train you. They're not going to, why? They're going to train you. Because one, you're probably already on the project. That's one. Two, the time that it takes to read. to go out and find somebody to hire, it's going to be anywhere from 3 to 6 months, and get them onboarded as well too. It's a long time, right? So they just spending money when they probably could spend $5,000 or $10,000 to get somebody trained up on something. Hiring consultants to support projects. Um, Looks like it's most likely between the 250 to 5,000. So those of you that are looking to be consultants, this helps you narrow your focus on company sizing. Where you're looking at people from 250 to 5,000, right? A company that's around that. Let's look at a company size from 250 to 5,000. Oh, mid-size. All right. So let me see. Mid-size institutions, companies, see, American workers at companies and institution with 1,000 to 5,000 employees. Let's go. Oh, that's fine because it still falls in at 250. So let's look and see. And this for 2023. All right. So let's go. All right. So here we go. So we got SoFi, Caltech, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Dexcom, Keysight Technologies, Atmos, University of Tennessee Medical, Gentex, Financial, the FINRA, Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, Cleveland State, Sacramento, Shelter Insurance, um, Hologic, and DPR. These are just what Forbes has. It's more companies, but this is just what I quickly on a quick research. These are America's best mid-sized companies. All right, so being that you know that they like to hire consultants, let's go now and look at SoFi. Um, and let's go here.com. And then let's go to careers. Let's see if they got anything open out there for consultants. They may not, but it doesn't hurt to look. And they may not have them posted on their website either. Sometimes they farm them out. So let's see, explore our teams, engineering and product, SoFi Bank, finance and accounting, legal and compliance, operation, marketing, people, risk and security. I'll be nice. I'll go risk and security. All right. So let me back out of this. All right. So far, it looks like we got everything that's a job. Um, Looks like everything is a full time job. So let me look up here. SoFi Consulting. Let me do this. See if we can find SoFi Consulting salaries. Even better. Oh, don't do me like that glass door. So, but it looks like right here it says 50,000 per year for customer service to 461,000, but it don't say what the senior is. I'm probably assuming that's a programmer. I'm assuming that's a programmer. Let me log in the Glassdoor. Trying to get in. Hold on. I may have to pull it up on my tablet just to get an idea. Let's go back. Hold on. SoFi Consulting jobs. All right. Okay. Maybe it'll let me do it. No, still got it on lock. Let me see. I got some jobs though. Application, credit card, SOX IT tester, or origination specialist, senior systems engineer. It's a contract right here. So it looks like they're pulling 80 to 86,000 to 136 is what they're claiming there. But that's a consultant position. That's dealing with Zscaler, DevOps, AWS, Azure, um, CI/CD, and some Python. All right. So it looks like the way they classify them, and they say contract on the end. All right. So that's again, that was with SoFi. So we narrowed down the companies, the top companies, and then we went when it took it one step further and found out, is it true, that these companies that are at this size right here between 250 to 5,000, I just looked up 1,000 to 5,000, are where they're most likely to be hiring for consultants, most likely to be hiring for consultants. So you can even, um let me go here to, I should go to Dice, but I'm just gonna type in SoFi here, and then I'm gonna change this to contract. So we got a senior full stack engineer and a technical support analyst for a contract Monday through Friday. And I just looked that up on Indeed. I would then come back over here to um, these companies right here, Atmos Energy. Let's go here and see if we can find. Um, yeah, we go right there. And then let's hit the search. Okay, and then let's go type. They only got full time listed on Indeed, but you can see here they got some stuff that's hourly here, overtime, whatever. But that's how I would do it. I would search their website too. And sometimes they actually get in touch with other people, and they farm their work out to other people to go find them contractors. So sometimes you got to find out who they got relationships with in order to get the contract. Juwan, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for liking the work. Make sure y'all hit like and subscribe, share this content out. I hardly ever say that, but please share the content out, for with your people. All right, so all right, where are we at? Right here. I say requiring additional training. That looks like requiring additional training for existing staff. That looks like 5,000 or more. 5,000 or more. All right. Expanding and improving organizational technology skills when the candidates are scarce. They got a figure 8 down here. Let's go down here to this figure. All right, so let's look and see what this is. So these are by years. The dark blue is 2023, and let me blow that up. It looks a little fuzzy on y'all side. There you go. All right, SALT training for employees, or SALT training for existing employees, people in 2023, they maxed that out. In 2023, continue to look until we found a close fit. And look what happened here. In 2022, there were more consulting, and that's very indicative of what I've been seeing. I saw more consulting jobs in 2022 versus what I see now. And here, delayed technology projects or deployments happen a whole. It's happening a whole lot in 2023. Right, that's what I've been seeing. This is kind of indicative of what I've been seeing. All right, let's go here. Training certification. Training certification bonuses and equity have become more prevalent as employee retention incentives. I don't know why y'all not getting training and sign on bonuses, RSUs, and equity. I don't know why y'all not getting trains, planes, and automobiles. Right? I don't know why. All right, let's go. Increased salary. Let me pull this up. So this is from 2023, which is in the dark blue, and in the lighter blue is 2022. Increased salary from 2023 and 2022, about the same. Uh, Opportunity for better work life balance improved in 2023. There's no comparison for 2022. Additional training opportunities or certification is better in 2023. Flexible work about the same for both years. Opportunity to be bonus eligible is better in 2023. Here, high level recognition for accomplishment is there's no comparison for 2022. But here, opportunity to contribute to open source projects that you're interested in was better in 2022. Additional stock and RSUs is better in 2023. And then they didn't specify no incentives, other don't know, or what have you. All right, so let's go back up to the top, and let's go here. Upskilling trend technology. Let's go there, page 13. And let's see. I don't know why it did what it did. Let's see, page 13. All right, come on. The upskilling trend. Let's see what we're talking about upskilling in, folks. All right. The green is areas targeted for 2023 staffing increases, and the I guess the darker green areas currently staffed. All right. We see cloud and container technologies. um, Cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, database and data management, advanced analytics and data science, web application, DevSecOps, and right here is 41%. And let me see that attains to areas currently staffed, areas targeted for 2023. So in 2023, the areas that are targeted primarily here is cybersecurity, cloud and container technologies and cybersecurity, and AI and machine learning and database and data management. If we want to stick with everything 50 and above, cybersecurity and cloud and container. If we want to stick with 50 and above. If we want to do 40 and above, we can go DevSecOps, networking. No, not networking, not networking. Let me look. Top line. Well, top line, if we go here, it's just actually AI and machine learning. So if you want to be in the game, cloud, cyber, artificial intelligence underneath Linux is going to be your friend, and how to move around. And you get down here, you see all the other stuff I mentioned. Oh, there go Linux, Kubernetes, edge computing, blockchain, IoT, augmented virtual reality, storage technologies, open source, and 3D printing. Right? They even put CI/CD and DevOps separate right here. It's funny they got DevOps, GitOps, and DevSecOps, and then they got here CI/CD and DevOps. It's on there twice. All right, technology areas, opportunities for more risk adverse organizations. Areas currently staffed and areas targeted for staffing decreases. This is currently staffed and staffing decreases. It looks like the staffing decreases. I don't see a lot of that, but again, cyber, cloud, DevSecOps, AI, machine learning. Uh, Areas currently staffed is what's below on this one. All right. The impact of net staffing changes on technology. Um, and I'm not sure what they mean by this. Let me see if they give a insight on that. Key takeaway: according to 2023, the State of Tech Talent Survey, upskilling remains an essential aspect of newer technology areas such as cloud and containers, cybersecurity, AI, and ML. As technology evolves, the new areas emerge. The survey data indicates that continued upskilling will be critical for organizations to stay competitive in the tech industry. Organizations are adopting various approaches to upskill their employees, including offering training opportunities and so forth. All right. But we see here um, in 2022, cyber was ranked number two, but now it's ranked number one. And then container and cloud technology was ranked number one last year, but now it's ranked number two. DevSecOps was ranked number eight. It was ranked number seven. There's eight. CICD was ranked number 11, and that is ranked number nine. CICD and DevOps is moving up. Networking number seven. Web application and so forth. When we get down here to Linux is 11. It dropped. It was at 10. It dropped. IoT and embedded 12. Edge computing 13. Storage technologies 15, and so forth. So you have an idea of where they're looking at tech talent at. What do they want? For this all intents purposes, I think I'm gonna double verify if I covered everything I wanted to cover out of there. Um, I'm double verify. Oh, let's talk about this. All right, here are the top skills you would need for AI powered future according to Microsoft. This came out May the 9th. All right, so let's go here. Let's see what they're talking about. There's an index report which surveyed 31,000 people across 31 markets. Chat GPT, blah, 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 blah. Microsoft $13 billion investment. Goldman Sachs report found 300 million jobs around the world stand to be impacted by AI and automation. CNBC make it. AI skill sets leaders think employees would need. According to Microsoft, 82% of the leaders globally and 85% of the leaders in Asia specifically said employees will need new skills in an AI powered future. The report found that the three top skills that leaders believe are essential are analytical judgment, flexibility, and emotional intelligence. These are the skills that are new competencies added Microsoft just not just for technical roles or for AI experts, right? Emotional intelligence is also crucial in helping to determine when to leverage an AI capacity instead of a human capacity. So here we go. Here's the skills that they believe that you need to have for the future: analytical judgment, flexibility, emotional intelligence, intellectual curiosity, bias detection, and handling an AI delegation with prompts. Right? That's what they came up with. Those sound more cerebral than anything. And here is, yeah, AI's co-pilot. Um, he should have had top skills there, but it didn't. All right, D. Before we get out of here, we're going. I think I covered everything. We're gonna leave one for the people. We haven't done one with the people for a while.
What is wrong with the
Um,
people, man?
we dropped the link. We have this week Red Hat Summit and OpenShift Commons was this week for those that are going to the Redhead Conference, I'll see you there. We're gonna drop the link, and if don't nobody come up, we're gonna get out of here. They turn their ask free questions.
We gotta get out of here.
We
Let's see.
will. We will. Got a hot 10 minutes. Gotta make them questions quick. See who come up, D. Probably ain't nobody gonna probably come up, D. It's okay. You may not even get nobody. Join the stream. Leaving it open. Normally I don't leave it open. I just close it out. We out of here. We out here.
Yeah,
Get your
sometimes you just
question
be
in.
leaving me on red. Like, bye. Bye, everybody. Bye. I mean, like, all in the screen like a deer in headlights.
Why do you be in deer in headlights?
Because it magnifies to me and it's like up here. I'm like,
It's okay. Let me see your
right
face. You see your face. I'm leaving it up. Cam up. That's right. Cam up. Don't forget 300K, 500K. Don't forget to look at your video. Leave it open for the people. Enjoy your evening, STEM Nomad. You're welcome. Everybody's like, I ain't got nothing to say. Stop ain't got
I
nothing to
mean,
say.
it was so much to just ponder on and just write your notes down and from the earlier show, like, oh man, I think I
What are
need
you
to
gonna
go
do with your five? What are you gonna do with your $5? I'm gonna
$5
have
a
some
day.
fun.
Like,
$5 a
sometimes we
day.
make it too accessible.
$5 a day.
I was like, just feed the children. Feed
Don't
yourself.
eggs cost $10? Depending on the eggs, they were $7.99 when I was in Colorado.
Get you a chicken. Or get you one of them laying, or invest you in a chicken.
$7.99 on the ones I was looking at, and then the other one is what when it comes to what your plans are, make a template. Um, do a mind map of like $5, you know, and chart that out. Start getting in the routine. Cut off some of your subscriptions or whatever the case may be, and then start contributing $5 a day. It's 180 a month, 150 a month, 150 a month, 150 a month,
People go eat that at the restaurant at Chipotle for a family. Like, Uber Eats is
150 a month,
expensive.
150 a month. You're welcome down to earth. While you're thinking of a business, while you're thinking of a master plan, this ain't nothing but sweat inside my hand. Let me see.
My question is,
Every
if the business and if you don't mind sharing, what type of business is it, and will that business sustain the summer months, or is the university the main source of income for that business? Like, if your business was not by the university, would it still make money?
talking about me.
I don't know.
What's going on, Daphne? I'm trying to see where this PDF is at. I think I got it on my thing.
You're
There we
not
go.
camera ready, but I don't even feel like arguing today.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to get my background straight. I don't want you thinking I'm looking crazy. But you know what? I'll come on with the green, with just the green. Don't matter. There we go.
I'm about to say, we know you had a whole studio over there. Quit playing.
Okay. Yeah, it came in as well. Now I was hearing you guys talking about work environments. So
Mhm.
trying to get back in, got the resume out there, cleaned in LinkedIn. So getting back in, would you suggest one try to go hybrid? I mean, remote or go hybrid, or just bust out there and you get interviewed and you get a job?
I mean, it depends on what your comfort is, right? And again, and also that also depends on um the company. When I say that, for example, some companies um are just fully remote. They don't even have an office to go into. So they're just fully remote. And then some companies have an office, but you may live in Dallas and the office may be in Seattle. And you got to ask yourself, do you want to move to Seattle so you can go into an
No,
office,
no, no.
or you can then set it up where you may go into the office once a month. Maybe you might fly out once a month or once every 2 months to go sit in the office for a week to talk to people, to network or whatever. It depends on the company, right? And then the other piece is the company itself is not the person who you be working for. You be working for the contractor, and the contractor is all remote, or the country contractor is hybrid, or they want you in the office. So you got to figure that part out, like what the company is doing. And the other piece is, what do you want to do? What do you feel comfortable with? Right? Do you feel comfortable with being hybrid or being at home or being fully remote, or you may travel? Some positions are 60%, 70% travel, and you may be traveling all the time. So you got to
Okay,
figure out what your niche is.
all right. Because when piggybacking off the conversation we had earlier this week, and then Dion had talked about when you're scaling up. So so I'm going into getting that CCNA out the way, and then the next thing will be going into Linux.
Mm,
So does one say you have Linux on your resume, or you just, or no,
I mean,
you don't bring it up
I
until you've
mean,
actually got a cert
yeah.
of some type?
I mean, just because you don't have a cert don't mean you don't know Linux, right? Or
Right,
just because you don't have a CCNA don't mean you don't know how to configure a router,
right.
right?
Okay, I get you there because I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's on you, but know that whatever is on your resume, someone is going to ask you about it.
Right, they're gonna test you on it. Okay,
Of
And then
course.
tell them your level of proficiency in that, because it might be something that it shows that it's something that you're familiar with, but if you're just a novice and can do minor things, it's something that you can scale up, which means you're trainable.
okay. So admitting that you're a novice in areas is cool then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
you can put
it's
that on your
okay. I mean,
resume.
if you come to the meetup and we doing Linux, then you're familiar with Linux, but
Right,
you don't work. I don't work with Linux every day. We may talk about it or somebody runs some commands, but it's not that's I don't work in Linux every day. It's not something that I do. And the other part of my team, they may run some PowerShell commands or something like that, but it just depends. But if you know some basic commands and you know how it what it does and how it interacts with other programs and what it's used for, and you are in Women in Linux and you are learning and you're skilling up, then why not say it? That's your skills. That's what
okay,
you're currently learning. As long as you can speak to it and explain it, don't put anything on there that you can't back up.
okay. That I am staying
Yeah,
pretty
don't
rigid with
don't
what I'm.
embellish. Tell them exactly what it is. If you don't if they ask you something you don't know it, say no. I do not know that, but I can look it up. Oh, okay. Yeah, da, 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 da. You can't know it all. And we as women, we try to get it all under our belts. Like, ooh, let me hoard all of this information.
Right. Yeah.
We can't do all. No, I don't know that. I don't use it. I understand what it does. Or is that something that's needed? Is it training that you offer? Is it crucial to my job?
Okay, and got one more. When you're going through LinkedIn, would you suggest? Okay, I'm applying for jobs, but also, do you start reaching out to recruiters that are in the field, or they start reaching out to you? How does that go?
You're always reaching out,
Okay, so
and
reach
they're
out, making
always reaching
friends,
out.
Halo, yeah,
Even
networking.
after you get the job, you still need to reach out.
I
Even if
feel
you
I
start,
feel like we low budget. Y'all got all these podcast mics and stuff.
we
I
are
am
low
No,
budget. We
but
are
I'm
low
trying to
budget.
tell you,
Raise your
you
it
game.
have
won't
a
hurt.
mic over there. You have a mic in
I've been trying to
Colorado.
get her to
Okay,
raise a
get
game. I was like,
they
don't you?
got
Get
You
get
heard
you a
her
mic.
earlier.
Hey,
Don't
you
you
can
want
get
some
you a.
headphones?
I
You
said yes on the
saw that.
headphones, but I mean
You saw
goodness.
that neck roll. Yeah, but I'm the bad
I,
guy.
I said I'm okay with the headphones, but I mean these podcast mics. Usually, engineering cannabis got a kid crawling on his head. What's going on with you?
Hey, we gotta
You got
upgrade. We
you a
gotta
space?
upgrade. We
You
gotta
got a door
upgrade.
I've been trying to
closed?
tell you to upgrade.
We gotta. We
I've
gotta
been
upgrade.
trying
We
to
gotta
tell.
Okay, well
upgrade.
you need some soundproofing in that room. You need a little sound because you got an
Hey,
echo.
hey,
He said one day at a time.
yeah, one day at a time. Right now, I'm currently in my basement. I was just riding out to my basement, so it's
It's
not
all
fully
good.
echoed.
At least you
So,
got
Congratulations for getting you a space.
At least you got a basement.
Got you a space in there. You usually at the kitchen table with the kids.
I'm at a kitchen table yet. This time I just said, let me just come to my basement and just have
At
it
least you
done.
got a at least you got a basement.
Hey,
Your own
So yeah.
basement. You in somebody else's basement.
No,
it's
this
a
is
nice
not.
basement.
It's huge. It's big. It's really spacious, but hey, um, I'm okay with it. But one of the stuff I keep calling some of the people I talk to, one of the biggest crutches, the certification. They have to have the certification before they apply. And I'm always saying you don't need all the certification, all the credentials immediately. You can apply and work through it. But I think that everybody's now using, I need to have that certification as a crutch before you start applying for any kind of stuff. So what do you think?
Some
Do you
jobs
think?
Yeah, some jobs require the certifications and some don't. I looked at a job the other day and they required you to have your RHCSA, your RHCE, your cloud cert, your Terraform cert. They wanted you to have all five certs, all for the low price of 140,000. And I was like, no, nobody's doing that. Like not for 140. Not all them certs for 140. That just don't make sense, right? So there are some companies that do require certs, and then there are some companies like you don't have the cert, but you can speak to what we need. Then we're okay with that. And there's some recruiters that will look past you if you don't have the certs. Um, People say the certs make you more money. They make you more money, but they also make them more money. It is really dependent on who it is that you're going to work for. Like I work for companies and they look at me and they don't be requiring me for all them certs. But again,
Yeah,
I can speak the language. I understand. However, in some cases, people are like, "Oh, you don't have no cert," because for them, depending on the company, the more people we got on staff that got the certs, the more people look at us, and the more money we can make. So if we don't have people on there that don't have the certs, then we don't make the money. So it's a catch-22 when you look at it. Now, with that being said, we do have, a lot of people unemployed. And so a lot of people are going to go back and get the certs. So you need to stand out as much as you can. But then it comes down to, well, what does that mean? What field is that? Right? A lot of people are going for software engineering and so forth. But imagine you didn't have a cert, but you understand embedded C++ and when to work at high frequency trading. What cert is that? That's not a cert. That's a degree. You know what I mean? So it's
yeah.
it's a it's a conundrum on in some aspects. I don't know anybody that's went and got that's went and actually got a certification in Java or certification in C plus plus or certification in Python. They took a class and they graduated
Yeah,
from a class, but I don't know nobody
yeah,
that actually got certification in C plus plus or so forth. Most of the certifications are on the infrastructure side or product specific things, such as like Cisco or Aviatrix or VMware or maybe Terraform or something like that. But to get a certification in a programming language, I've never seen it.
yeah. Because I was recently interviewed for a position as a senior quant in a bank.
Mhm.
The requirements, there wasn't any requirements per se in terms of certs, but the questions and all that was just on, again, mathematical approaches, modeling, all that. There wasn't any, again, degree was important, but the certification wasn't even implied or even talked about. It was more of, hey, this is what we want. What can you do? How can you do this? What recommendations can you look into? And that was mostly the inline interview. So the certs weren't more important. And most, even when I do the AI and ML interviews, certs are not either mentioned or even regarded.
What cert would you be getting in AI and machine learning
That's the thing.
versus Coursera or
Hmm. And
something
even
of
this,
that nature? What cert
and
is that?
the certs again, the certs even in AI and ML aren't even regarded as important because when I go in, the first nobody asks about certs. They just ask me, how can you build this model for me, and how can you make it more efficient, or how can you make my whole process more efficient with a ML case or something. It's never a cert. Even Python, it's not even. It's more okay. Do you understand how to implement a cloud system with your model, or do you understand how to put Kubernetes and basically containerize your model and do all that good
Correct.
stuff? I said, yeah, those are the use case, but a cert isn't important.
Because it's
So
not a
it,
yeah, it's just not
yeah,
something in that particular area that you would get a cert in. It's just
no, yeah. So there's certain aspects in terms of tech where certs are really important, and there's certain aspects where the knowledge base is more important than the cert itself and the experience base.
it's the only base. The knowledge base is the only base,
Only,
right?
yeah, especially with
Because
now again with all this new AI and ML with Congress and data governance and all that good stuff coming out. We're only relying on the knowledge. We don't have that again certification or all that to say, hey, we rely on what do you know? How do you know? What knowledge do you know? And how can you deploy what you know to basically make our system either more automated or more efficient?
like
That's how
and
it is.
I don't even think there's a certification for confidential computing.
No, I mean
So
no.
I mean I'm
So
looking
it's
it up now.
it's we in currently in a place where some technologies, yes, certs are important, but we're in a place where also some technologies, your ability to produce what you need to do and understand the technologies are more important than actually the cert. And that's what I'm seeing, especially in the area of AI, ML, and quants and all that good stuff.
Because we
What
got to
would
admit,
you have the
there's a
quant?
lot of people, thousands of people are getting certified every day, but it doesn't mean you know how to do the work.
And that's the case.
So you have to be very conscious that you're putting yourself in spaces where you are actively utilizing the certs that you are receiving. And why? What was your purpose of getting the cert? Was it because your job needed you to have that based on their contract or where they were going? Like, what was your purpose in getting the certification, and how is it helping you level up in any way? And if you are going to seek a job just because you got a certification, what are you offering to that company along with this certification?
Hmm.
Is it I'm getting this certification and because this is the job I want and I'm demanding that salary? Or, is it part of my natural job progression? Am I coming from another field? And because I was in this field, this certification is basically equivalent to what I left and what I want to do at tech. And how does that translate from the job I just left or the industry that I just left, rather? So
And then to add to that, if you don't see a certification in the field, you could create one.
That's true. Because everybody, even now, Google has a cybersecurity. They just
Yep,
opened up a
Google came out
cybersecurity
with that
cert.
cybersecurity cert. Yep.
So
It's
everybody's creating
mandatory.
certs. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so
It's
everybody,
now.
like I said before, everybody's gonna be creating courses. People are going to get retrained. I was having a conversation yesterday about people who don't go to college. Should they go to Job Corps? Should they go to Job Corps? And I went and looked up what classes Job Corps has. They got sysadmin classes. They got networking classes. They have those classes there already. Plus, you get a place to stay, and plus you get some food. So, but that's in Florida, and
oh, I
I
was
think
just
it
talking.
changed
Was
in
I talking to
Georgia.
you about the Job Corps people and what was going on in the Job Corps?
What's going on
Well,
with it?
I was telling you.
Oh, you were
What'd you
telling
say
me
now?
about the Job Corps.
No, it was
Mm-hmm.
just there's some folks out there who need just that. They need a place to stay while they train up. I
Mm,
mean that's real important because I'm I'm taking some training from the local junior college out here, and they actually have a department of housing, not just to dorm like I was used to when I was an undergrad, but this is actually to get people housing. I mean, you got homeless kids, so trying to go to school, so that fact that you room and board is for real while you trying to learn.
yeah, yeah. It's for ages 16 to 24, low income individuals meet the citizenship standards,
It's
meet
24 now, huh?
background meet background standards, and are ready and motivated. And then the classes that they have, and see, you get housing like dorms, you get basic medical care, you get nutritious meal, you get book supplies, you get a living allowance, you get training and clothing, you get a supportive community and childcare if you got a child.
My college days did not look like that. Like I tell my guy kids and kids I know, like, be a kid as long as you can. Like, get
Mhm.
this free rent and this room and board because I've been buying toilet paper for a long time. Like, I was a
It ain't all it's
working
cracked up to be.
person. Like, and
Yeah.
when I left home to go across the country by myself, like, it was no net. Like, literally, when I went to Clark Atlanta University, I went a month early. Luckily, another friend of mine, I got introduced to her niece, and I stayed with her niece a month. And luckily, I prepared myself to go a month before school. I walked into my dorm room. Now, for me, as a 21-year-old going to college, my my getting a shared space is I was renting a house with somebody, but going into a room where it was stuff from floor to ceiling, and it was four girls looking back at me, and I'm just like, is it? Wait a minute. And I'm like, this is rude. Did somebody bring all this stuff? They had our room situation messed up for like 2 months. Luckily, I had somewhere to stay. They have four people in one room with two beds, stuff stacked floor to ceiling for 2 months in a suite space, two rooms. They shared a middle bathroom. Luckily, I had somewhere to stay. I wasn't used to that. I'm miles away from home, clear on the other side of the country.
Mhm.
Mm-mm-mm. Let me see. They
But
got
yeah,
training programs that certified nurse assistant, clinical medical assistant, carpentry, electrical facilities, plumbing, and pharmacy tech. However, they also do have, let me go back here to this here because I was looking at it last night.
I have
about
a friend that went to Job Corps. He got his HVAC, and that's been his living all his life.
Oh,
a
they
job for
can't. They don't have enough hours in the day here in Houston with HVAC. There,
mm,
it's not enough time. They're
information
hiding
management.
from people.
Let me see. I'm looking for. I saw the programs, the stuff that they had last night. It was let me see. That's the benefits for the campus, the activities, the wellness. It was the program had sys admin. It had A plus. It had Linux plus. It had a slew of the CompTIA stuff, some Excel, and I'm like, and then they had the job ranges from 68,000 to 130,000, and I'm like, what we talking about here? Why are we still talking about 35K? Go to Job Corps.
What? Yeah, I
Yeah,
think.
That's better than joining the military.
Hey,
It's,
hey, hey, hey! Come on now.
because
They just
It's a great place to start.
recently I was approached by a company that wanted to design a training, a course for legal students on AI and ML, on how legal students can understand AI and ML and understand the law. There are no laws around it, but understand what it means around the laws in terms of doing courses in terms of preparing for the next generation and preparing ahead.
it's the
So
wild,
did you
wild
take them up
west.
on the offer?
Oh yeah, oh, it's good money. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, I had to.
I'm like, did you take them up on the offer? Well, you like they approached you, so was you stuck?
Nah, you can't get stuck on that. You got to take that money and yeah, move it
Let me
on.
get you some rocks.
Well,
No, you got to take that
you know,
money. So
you take the
yeah,
certification route. What I did was to be noticed to get back into the industry because I'm returning to IT after taking a several year hiatus.
Mm.
So to get schooled up and once again to be noticed, to get the resume taken seriously
And
because I'm
it's
not coming
again,
in
it's all on your strategy. Like,
right,
hey,
yeah,
and you can say that, hey, I've been out of the industry, and you know what? This is the route I went because I wanted to get my feet back wet,
right,
and have those conversations. Because I think what happens is we forget that getting a job, it is a mutual interview.
right.
It is you want to know if this is a good place for you or not, and is this a vibe that I'm vibing with? If it's not, it's just like, okay, well, you don't even respect me as a person anyway, and what I'm doing and on my road, because I want to be with a company that is about continuous learning and education, and you know have a plethora of people, and just doesn't want a whole bunch of college students. I want to be in a place that respects people at all levels and ages, because it brings a breath of wisdom. I got some people on my team that are probably they have put themselves in leadership positions based on their tenure, but at the end of the day their management style um is juvenile. They need to mature, and so there's a checks and balance in the ecosystem of tech that is needed. And certain positions require a young energy, but at the end of the day you still need a mature energy to balance that, because the life skill is not there. The level of experience is not there.
I agree
So
with
you
her.
want to be able to go into spaces and offer that.
Right,
I
before we
agree
move
with
on,
D.
I wanna shout out Louise on the $100 super chat, supporting
Woo-hoo!
Will.
Heck
Keep up,
guys.
keep keep up the good work. Louise had um a meetup, or it was a book review. I wouldn't say a meetup, a book review last night that we attended on consulting. And we got to talk about consulting. I mentioned co-ops. I ain't go into it, But one it goes back to some of the conversations that we had earlier about, you know, how do you find yourself? How do you find companies that will allow consulting, and what does that look like? So that's why I want to highlight in that Linux training what companies were out there for consulting, and what companies that you all can find for yourself, um, in terms of like the top 15 places like TopTal. If you don't want to go to Fiverr route, if you don't want to go just throwing yourself and attaching it to others, you can use, this is where your certifications come in at. Well, you can use those certifications in order to get consultant work because you're on there. They'll ask you about different projects. This is when you start attaching yourself to other people to get to talk about past performance and things you've done. But I implore you to, and Black Heights was talking about it this morning. He had a guy on there talking about cybersecurity and being a contractor. Um, like I said earlier this morning, I've been seeing on the DevSecOps side anywhere from 60 an hour to 160 an hour on Indeed, but I know you can go from 175 to 300. That just changes the game of what that is, but that's what I've been seeing, right? And when we start talking about what that looks like as a consultant, you need to document what you do. That you got to have that documentation. If not, you're gonna be sitting on the sideline like, I don't know what I did. Let me see if I can get back and touch that person. They can vouch or whatnot. Just have good documentation of the work that you're doing, the input that you put in, the meetings, what you discussed. What are you using Jira? How do you track your time? All those things matter, especially when people start looking for consulting for consultants. And then two, it may not just be you that take on a consultant position. It may be you and two of your friends or two other consultants may tackle a project too. So you need to have that. What's going on, Don? How you doing?
Hey everybody, what's
You
going on?
always in motion. You're not stuck, are you? Do we need to come get you out? Are you stuck?
Nah, I just hopped on the road. Nah, I
Okay.
And
just hopped
Stephanie, I
on
want
the
to
road.
say this thing before we move on. Just because you've been out of the game doesn't mean you don't know how to play it. Now I understand, skilling up and doing what you have to do,
Mm-hmm.
but you always know how to play the game. Now there may be some new rules and stuff, but if you got your fundamentals and your foundations, don't you that doesn't mean it puts you back at the front of the line.
Okay.
And that's the confidence in it and being able to speak to what you can do on your skill set.
Yeah.
That's the level of confidence we need to have in audacity to speak on ourselves when we are in spaces.
Yeah. The
You've been out of the
fundamentals
game,
are
but
a
that
big
don't mean you
key.
don't know, you ain't played. You ain't been up there with the greats.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That don't mean you're not a Hall of Famer. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, hey, it's some new stuff. I'm getting in here and seeing what
Right. That's where I
what
am.
these
Trying to
numbers
say
are doing, but don't count me
she
out.
she
I
trying
can run
D trying
circles
to
around you.
D trying to say, you know how to Harlem shake.
I've been in rooms before, and as I said, the cert was just to get noticed again, to get in somewhere where I
Yeah.
can have the conversation about what I can do.
Hey,
So
you didn't even need that though. For real, for real. You just say, hey, I've been out of the game. I'm coming in here to see what's going on, and this is where I'm looking to be.
but I get why you got it though. It's a vote of
I get it. I
confidence.
definitely understand. Definitely
Yeah.
understand. But I want everybody to realize is that you are preparing, but as you prepare, step in spaces. Don't get all of this stuff before you start being in motion, because what happens is that's going to start getting paralysis of analysis. I need to update my resume. Some of my stuff is not on there, but that does not keep me from going and submitting applications or going into spaces where they're talking about opportunities or me signing up for webinars or anything like that. I want to see what based on what I have, do I need to put that on there, or let's see what I'm catching, what I have already. What are people looking for? What is the free feedback that I'm getting while I'm out here fishing? And so for us, again, as women, that's something that we see, is that we do all this over preparing and we don't even press go, because for us being busy doing all of this stuff is working and doing it. But you ain't even been in the game. You're not even doing the productive work. And what is something that I just was looking at, and it was a book me and Tam were reading, and it said you are working on the dollar generating activities,
Right?
And that was the networking and actually seeing if you could to get in what you have, because you can explain away your time away. And this is a real estate book, and this real estate book, it gave me so much stuff about what I need to be doing in my personal life. I was like, this is some good stuff.
Yeah, the book, right? This is the book. 6 steps to 7 figures. And I got it because I'm reading multiple books on 7 figures, 8 figures, 10 figures, and pulling together what the differences is between getting there and what are the similarities in getting there, just to create a template of that. um so just trying to keep people informed. You want to read this one, super chat, super D, you want to read this super chat?
You sound like my dad now. Super D, super daughter. Hey Tam and D, supporting Will too. Haven't forgotten the good work y'all do. Love y'all and keep on doing the good work. Cherie B, RN, aka Junior West. We appreciate you. Thank you for the tech ties.
Thank you for your $100 super chat. We appreciate you.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it. This is going to this is gonna host a website one more month. This is getting stuff done. Like all of these donations are going to operating costs to get ourselves into the next level. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Not only about the money I'm about to spend.
Tam, somebody wants to see the book again.
Right here, Pat Habon, and underneath
Pat was a real estate broker. He was a real estate broker, and that was his business. And so that book is for brokers in the broker, and how to build their business. And it was
good. So in
good
the book, some of the chapters, and this you can go to Bigger Pockets if you want to just get it straight from Bigger Pockets and not Amazon. The book, set goals and affirmation is step 1. Step 2, track that. Step 3, find mentors and masterminds. And step 4, act on it. You reap what you sow. Number 5, build on it. Number 6, invest. And then the conclusion is one life fully lived, right? And it's really, for me, with this book, it was the reason why I got it, because I actually looked at the person that was talking and looked at some of the things that they had accomplished. And for me, it was more or less like, how can I take, and I always do this, I take real estate, I take tech, I take investing, and I try to apply it to just your everyday common life, and how you can utilize like every little piece, every little thing you do, every little room you in, you can take that and apply it to your life. You may be in a room with people for 5 hours. There may be one thing that you take with you, but that's okay. It's a gain, it's knowledge gain. So I just try to add that knowledge there. Make sure we're not frozen. Okay.
Yeah, we're not frozen.
Yeah,
But
not frozen.
it's everything is interconnected. Like it is an interconnectedness, and that's why when a lot of people come to this space, it is always trying to get an entry level job in tech after they've had a 20+ career in something else, right? Like nursing, for example. you don't throw away all the nursing stuff. You know, there's so many companies in healthcare that have IT departments. It is pivoting. But again, we get in a mindset where we're not putting ourselves in the space and we are not really utilizing Google, or we're not searching the right things, that we are not seeking counsel in the right spaces. Because the first thing you need to do is what I learned from a friend, is she calls it blooming where you're planted. If I am already in healthcare and I want to be in technology, where is the tech department? What type of tech jobs are on this hospital website? What are the things that utilize tech? Am I interested in just the machines and the CompTIA healthcare IT certification, and is that, or is it the data, or is it some in the administration? Is it what does that look like for me? When I was transitioning, when Tam started telling me about Linux, and I was already in real estate, construction, the mortgage side of it, the first thing I looked at was like, what are the systems that I use in my everyday life? We were using Calyx Point. I looked at that. I looked at the RIA. I looked at the Matrix, the people that do the FLMS. I went to all of those places and just did some research. But I am naturally curious when it comes to information. If you tell me something that you want to do, I am going to look that up and I'm going to find out how to do it. And so I was excited about what that opportunity meant to me. But a lot of people don't have that mindset. So you go searching outside of your backyard when you had it all along. You didn't have to really go that far. And you made really more work for yourself than you had to do. You didn't have to do all of that, because that training could have came from a job that you're already working. And you can say, hey, I'm here, but I want to be here. And manager, supervisor, crew of people, how do I transition from this space to this space? Who can help me with that? Can you help me? What does that look like? Is that a possibility? Do I have to leave this space in order to do that? Because I will. You start putting that stuff out in the air. Where is that? What is it? You have those one-on-ones. You have those development, your PI, those PIP meetings and all that stuff. That's where you talk about those goals. And you're not leaving the company, but you want to pursue, you want to see what's going over in that department.
And Alexander says soft skills and other skills are so important. A lot of people in tech nowadays that I find aren't too good with interacting with people on the front end. Yep. And I think a part of that is understanding how to ask what the problem is, and understanding the products that they have at their, or resources that they have at their disposal, and as well as just listening to the person. Because sometimes, now I'll say this, sometimes you're getting in a call with someone who got a problem. You know they got a problem, and they were like, I don't have no problem.
or they need help with the problem, but the way you want to go about solving the problem, they don't think that is part of the problem.
Yeah,
You're
so,
like, you called me.
right.
I didn't call you. This is how I'm going back finding the solution for the problem. And then sometimes people can be just a bit too technical in explaining to someone what's going on. And that being able to take those high level tech terms and break it down to an end user, that is an important skill.
Yeah,
Yes,
That
it is.
I'm guilty of that. I was guilty about doing high technical stuff, and one day my boss just called me up and said, "Nobody needs to know about Pearson's correlation around here. Just tell them about. You don't need to be telling people about stuff like that." So yeah,
Just
it happens.
tell them how it
And they
makes
come
money.
out like,
Yeah,
and they be like, I don't want him because then it also comes off as arrogance.
yes, it does come. Yes. Oh God, it does. See, yeah, I've seen the looks of them. Who you think he is? You a professor? No, I just no. So yeah,
Or
it does
they
come out.
really have a passion for what you do.
I'm just
But
that guy.
I'm just that guy. Yeah, I'm just that. And he said, nah, man, who did the dude think he is? So I had to learn how to communicate in such a way where it's not intimidating, it's not too technical.
That's very hard.
Know your audience. Know your audience. It took me a while to learn how to know your audience because I
That's
come in and like throw all the technical stuff in and say, "Who is this guy teaching?"
I mean,
So
I've been
yeah.
in situations and I've been in situations where people are like, we will hire you for the job, but we know you know more than the people that are on the job who are the prime contractors, so we can't hire you.
Whew, I've
Um,
heard of that. I've heard a lot of that. Like
yep.
you sure you're gonna be, you sure you're not gonna be bored in this position because
All the time. All
because you might come here and stay 6 months and get tired and take off. I'm like, give me a chance.
right. Give me a chance
No, no,
to
you're gonna be
come.
bored.
Right. And then
So
it's
I
like,
learned,
who are you to tell me that I'm going to be bored? Because there may be other things that this position might help me get to where I need to go, or it's something that I'm interested in and it's something I really want to do. But we it's our responsibility as well to say, you know what? I haven't worked in this. I know the information, but I haven't worked in this particular department in this
yeah,
capacity, and I am trying to learn as well. So it's always a learning thing. So it's,
yeah,
having those comebacks for those types of conversations. But there, and sometimes they already pick somebody else, and that's the way to let you down slow. Like, oh,
Yeah.
you know too much.
Well, as always, they had to post and have
so,
interviews, but they got their body,
so
so that's who they want.
yeah, I'm about to try to. Yeah, it's a trial
I,
and
I've been a
tribulation
hiring
thing.
manager before, so
See,
it's yeah,
so you pulling out the game on us already.
yeah. You got your person, but we got to go through HR hoops and interview and play
Mm,
nice.
oh, you be so bored.
yeah.
Where you
The
go?
the
Yeah,
uh the other thing I want to say is before we get out of here is I want people to start thinking about um just throwing it out there. If you had uh if you had to acquire a company, let's say you acquired an AI company, let's say you acquired a machine learning company, let's say you acquired a cloud company, or you acquired just a company that just that helps with calls, placing calls, say a call center. Do you think you're in position right now to lead that company and grow it? And do you think that you would need some type of mentorship? What would you turn for that mentorship? What would you turn for to um, what would you turn to help figure out what you need? And also, are you mentally prepared for to lead a company? Right? We all want to get to the next level, but do you think that you are ready for it? And how would you position yourself to get ready for it? That's it. I know it's a doozy. It's a doozy. I know. So just think about that as you continue to grow, and as you start working with a lot of people that I know, they don't like to say work for, they like to say work with. As you start working with companies, start looking at their business development, look at their where they're positioned at, what kind of work are they going after, what how do they talk to people, how have they positioned themselves, what type of how do they conduct business amongst each other. Start looking at all those little nuances. Sit in on meetings, like if the company is having a meeting at 2 o'clock and it's gonna don't nobody really show up, you show up. Just sit in on a meeting, just
I'll
to
be
see
in all
what they're
type of
talking about.
meetings. I just be
Just
I'm
all
going in here.
all in the mix, all in the Kool-Aid.
Every meeting I'm what's on my calendar, I'm just gonna put that I'm going just to be going. But also one other thing that I think is really important as well especially given that tech is a global situation and people from all over the world are we share the same type of skills.
Oh, we
It's
need to
also
do
the
that
cultural.
our
Huh?
international tech talk.
Oh,
Hmm.
yeah, it's working amongst other cultures because again my company is based out of India, and in their training in our portal there is a lot of training in regards to etiquette and email communications and just those cultural differences between them and the rest of the world. And I can tell when I'm in meetings, and this predominantly what we call offshore, a lot of how they speak to each other for us would be rude. And it's not rude to them. And I crack up because I'm just like, you ask her a question, you're gonna let her talk, or you're gonna overtalk her every time you ask her a question. Just it's to me it comes off rude, but also how that translates when you are in a co-located team and you're bringing that into your team dynamic, and your team is like, well, wait a minute, and you're having those communications and you are bringing that same rudeness where you think it's cool but we don't think it's cool. You know what I'm saying? So navigating those different spaces, and if you're working with co-located teams, what does that look like? And you know being in tech is not always just technical, it is cultural. Learning about Europe, if you got clients in Europe or clients in different parts of Asia and Africa, what are those cultures? And learning to know, what is acceptable, because some things that are sensitive to us are not so sensitive to them, and
Hmm.
how to maneuver in those spaces, learning some different words, some different phrases, and talking to people that you don't normally speak with. You got to do that as well. So, got to be a fully rounded technologist in this world.
Alexander, you said you're 25 right now, and you've been thinking about how to use tech to be independent and do my own thing. You want to become a cloud security engineer. Become a cloud, do the cloud security engineer work first. Once you do the cloud security engineer work first, then figure out who in the space and what area of cloud security engineer, because that's a very large area
Super
when it
huge.
comes to cloud security engineer. Figure out what in cloud security engineer that you're comfortable with, where you're strong, where you gravitate towards, and then hone in on that, and then come back out and become that generalist. Or you could be a generalist first and then hone in. The reason why I say that is because there are so many different lanes when it comes to cloud security from the perspective of the size of the company. You can start out at a startup and do cloud security engineering and then be everything. You're not just a cloud security engineer, you're security for the entire company. You can then move over into being a just focused on cloud security, but you be the senior person and you're teaching the junior people. And the only thing they done secure wise is lock down SSH and some firewalls, and they don't know anything else. And then you move over into you being the go-to person for a company on the cloud security side, where you may move into a CISO, or you could be just that person that's just a cloud security engineer that bounces around to different companies. So I would for me, I would say get into a company and look at different company sizes. I say probably spend yourself about 2 or 3 years doing that, and then become that cloud security person. In the meantime, get your certifications. In the meantime, start building your network. In the meantime, start showing up to conferences, and as well as putting yourself out there on little jobs, like find a cloud security engineer that's already doing something freelance, and then like say, hey, can I shadow you, or can I do 10 hours worth of work with you? And then figure those things out and build your resume and build your portfolio. But you're building a network and you're putting your name out there. You got to put your name out there. Right? You got to put your name out there. Be that go-to person. Like I said before, when you think about when somebody mentions your name and you're not in the room, what do they think? What do they say about you? Right? Any closing remarks before we get out of here? Don, Daphne, y'all got anything before we get out of here?
I
No,
mean,
just thanks for the show. I think I'm gonna jump on Indeed when we get off here. Got some confidence.
Yeah, go on and get up, go and get out there and put yourself out there. I told you that the other day.
Yeah, well, I went in, I did some stuff on LinkedIn, hit some jobs there, but I'm going, widen the net. So, and I got some buddies from back in the day, reaching out to them, let them know that I'm back in the game and what you got. So,
Okay.
Join some other Slack channels too. You in other Slack channels?
other than us, no, no.
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta
start
join
going.
some
Go
other
to
Slack.
and wherever you want to go. Start going to where you want to be. Start going to other little Slack channels and just chit chatting and popping up. You for relationships, you don't have to go and network and look at people. You don't have to stay in LinkedIn all day, all
Okay.
night. You go exactly where they at.
Yeah, most Slack channels is where the jobs are at. DevOps, the CNCF has them. Cloud Academy has them. It's a lot of people that got Slack channels. A lot of jobs don't even make it to LinkedIn and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
I found a lot of my contracting jobs on Slack channels.
Okay. So when you're looking for Slack channels, because I am new to Slack, just put
Just
in a search term.
Yeah, just type in on the search technical Slack channels or cloud Slack channels or
Okay.
Cisco Slack channels or DevOps Slack channels. Just type those in, and there should be a slew of them that come up. You can do that
Okay.
on Twitter as well too.
And before we get off, where do you want to go in tech? Like, what is your position that you want to go into?
I'd like to delve into the cloud, networking in the cloud. I'm going for my CCNA, and so I've started some Linux training other than our meetings, doing some formal reading on it. And the first cloud platform I'm going to look at is going to be Azure to get some under my feet. But eventually, I'll get a smattering of the other two. So
Okay. And when you were in tech before, what were you doing in tech
I
before?
was basically an operations manager. For instance,
Okay.
I built the high speed network here in Houston.
Okay.
It was Roadrunner back in the day, and I think Comcast
Hmm.
has it now. Right. So I was running like techs and network engineers. So I wasn't very techy. I was mostly the liaison between the tech side and the bosses to get them to understand why they had to pay to do this or meeting their guidelines and stuff like that. Customer
Well,
facing stuff like that.
make sure you lean into that conversation because that's your story.
Right. So
You
I
know what I'm
was
saying?
more yeah.
Because it's my story. I'm here and I was operational, but I wanted to get into the tech, the more high tech side of things,
Mhm.
and this is what I've been doing with myself in the meantime to skill up and prepare for that. And so those are the opportunities that you are looking for and going into that space. And when that's your personal story, so when you go in spaces and they're asking you like, "Why are you here?" or it's just small talk, that's what you lean into because you over there you took the time to learn more, and those are the type of people that you get opportunities because you are eager to learn.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lean into it.
That's the
Lean
plan.
into it. Tell your story. Like, show
Done.
up, talk to the people.
so can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
Hmm.
Yes.
I'm not echoing nothing, am I?
No,
No.
no.
Okay, cool. So I had a comment and a question, but the comment kind of long, so let me go to the question. Um, yeah, because I know y'all trying to go. So, we heard a lot. We so we hear and we heard a lot of AI, machine learning, so on and so forth. I
Mhm.
myself, like, I kind of got one of the issues that D got, where I'm just like, I just love information, so I can
Mhm.
get lost in that way when I'm doing certain things. But what I'm trying to do right now is like, I want to understand a little bit about AI. I play
Mhm.
around with APIs like using Flask and so on and so forth, trying to understand how to use this AI to help me out in other areas, like getting a business back up and then helping out with another one that I possibly want to start um, within the next semester. So my question is, if I want to understand AI and to try to use these tools that they got nowadays to better my situation, where is a good place to start?
So I did a um gosh, what was that place at? It's called it's called Sequence. Let me pull up mine. Let me go through my email and I'll give you because I've been following these folks for a while. And it's a newsletter, but it's also a website. Here, let me pull this up real quick, and I'll share my screen. Here, am I on my screen on? Yeah, extra screen. All right, so this is the sequence. The knowledge of AI. I've been following them for about 4 years now. Um, and in here, and I got an email from them. Let me pull up that email. Hold on, let me pull this back over here so you can see what's in the newsletter. Let me pull this out. All right, so let me show this. All right, cool. All right, so here's what they look like. Right. So here on this, I keep up with the Linux Foundation. Has an AI section. Anybody that has an AI section or whatnot, I got that. I have those newsletters, the emails, the YouTube clips, whatever. I have them all coming directly to me, right? And the reason why I have them coming directly to me because I want to know how schools are teaching AI, and I want to know too how our cities and states plan to use AI. Like how are we going to use AI for parking? How are we going to use AI to make sure that bridges are okay? How are we going to make sure the infrastructure is okay? How are we using AI in our water treatment plants? How are we using AI in power? How are we using AI in order to control traffic? Like I ingest those things, right? So I utilize these different newsletters and even the business journal. I have all that filtered out coming from me for AI. Now, once you start learning how to use these different things, you got to figure out what area of AI you want to be in because there's AI with oil rigs. There's AI in finding out, the migration pattern of dolphins and what they're doing. Sharks, especially hurricanes, and hurricanes and tornadoes. That's huge. NOAA, huge on AI. Space, huge on AI. So that you got to figure out what is the number of applications you want to use. Yeah, I use Feedly as well too. Right. But here, I I stopped getting the upgrade, and this works for me. But here you go, machine learning at work. What they've been doing with it. So for me, this is how I keep up with it, and this is how I stay abreast to it. But another thing to do, let me get out of this mode here. Every cloud company, Google, and I have this filtered in Slack, Google AI newsletter. There's right here AI and machine learning. They have a newsletter from Google. So Google Technology AI, generative AI. There's a whole newsletter and there's a whole podcast center around this for every single cloud provider. If you want to keep up with it, down to VMware. has every cloud provider, including VMware, including Red Hat, all have something similar about AI and the companies that use it and how they use it. And that's going to be important. So, why am I telling you all that? You could be the reporter on all this information when it comes down to AI. I thought about spinning off a whole nother channel. I just don't have time to spin off another channel just to do AI, but it'll hit. So with that being said, understanding, okay, well, what are the skill sets you need to have for AI? And when I look at AI and the skill sets that you need to have, if I go play in the power realm, what skill sets do I need to have there? How is it being utilized? How is it being utilized in water? How does Instacart use AI? How does Pinterest use AI? Looking across the thing and finding common threads against them. Use Chat GPT to help you find that. Now, amongst all of that, I didn't even mention security and how security is using AI. CrowdStrike is one company that comes to mind, but how do they use AI and how do you use AI for anomalies and so forth? Those are all the things that I look at. And what I would also look at too is how you, in terms of finding all this information, how do you break this down to a level small enough where people can comprehend and then take action upon it? Because you'll be the subject matter expert. You're the SME on this. How do you take down that information and then relay it back to people? And how do you execute on that and make money on that as well too?
I'm glad that you brought that up because that's a big part of the goal, and it's the reason why I'm kind of going the way that I'm going. So, like, I'm going to use some of these technologies for myself, but I want to have at least a broad understanding to where I can pick up and learn something, especially with me doing, like I told y'all in the past, like working on the resource planning thing. I'm gonna go
Mm-hmm.
work for a company, and I'm not gonna always be doing that ERP type deal or the consulting. I'm
Mm-hmm.
kind of trying to be the liaison for like these technologies, whether I do something within that area or I go find the right tools that we need and get the right people on the job. So,
So here's the question:
and
what you're doing right now, how do you replace yourself?
how do I replace myself?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got to teach somebody else.
Okay, so do you have like a step-by-step guide in order to replace yourself, where you can train somebody
I
else
have a
up?
step. Yes, for certain parts of what I do, I do.
Okay. And do you know where you can pull people from in order to get those people put into a position so you can go do other things?
No, yes and no. I say
Okay.
I say yes. I say yes because
Don, you're killing
I
me.
say
Don is a micromanager.
Don, you're killing
Don is a
me.
no.
perfectionist.
Don, you're
But
killing
no,
me. You're
but that's the
killing me
problem.
out here.
That's the problem I had. Like but I didn't micro. So what I did was I made the
See
instructions.
what had
No,
happened
no,
was
seriously,
What
listen.
had happened
What
was
had happened was,
No, hear me out. I made instructions, and along with my instructions, I will go with the people that I was working with, and I will make sure run through it, make sure they understand how everything needs to be done, and then I will like as stuff will come in, I will walk through it and walk through it with them, or let them do it, and then if they got something wrong, I helped them out. If they did, I just kept going, and once they felt confident enough, then I said, okay, you got it, and I leave it up to you to manage how you're going to do A, B, and C. But this is the general process, and I still had some issues, you know.
what was those
But the
issues? I'm curious about. What were the issues?
they
Because
got
this is
fired.
people management, which is a skill. What were your issues?
They got fired. They didn't do the
okay,
job.
so no, no, so
No,
a
no, I'm
couple of
listening. We're
the main
here. This
issue
is
I
a safe
had.
space. What were the issues?
No, I'm here for you. I'm here for the blows, but one of the issues that I had was communication, and I'm about 95% confident that it wasn't on my part because of what I actually went through to actually make sure that people knew what they're supposed to be doing. And even when I ran into issues, I made sure I was involved. I made sure, like, even if I didn't know exactly what they were doing, I understood the process so that if I see a certain something happen, I know whether there was or wasn't a mistake or whether people didn't follow the steps that were in place. And one
So
of the
what
issues
type
that
of communication was the issue? The conversation between you and the employee that you guys were having a disconnect, or where was the communication breakdown? Because you're saying it's communication.
I
What
think
type of communication? Where was that line?
I think it was a communication between me and the employee as far as like um, how to go about these processes. The problem that I had was we had set steps. We went through them together. When there was mishaps, since I actually have real management experience, I already know like I focus on the problem, not the person. So I don't attack anybody. We try to figure out okay what happened.
Mm-hmm.
The issue that I was having
Blameless.
is I was working with people, and I would try to get to the problem. I would ask certain questions, like people are supposed to update inventory, and they're supposed to do certain things at certain times, like on a weekly basis. However you do it is however you do it. I would come to people and I would ask them like, "Hey, how you doing?" Blah blah blah. So when is the last time you did this? And then I would just get like one word answers, and I'm like, "Oh, check." They'd be like, "Check this chart. Check this chart." And I'm thinking to myself, who you talk to? But I was like, okay, tell me where the chart is. It's on the share drive. Where it's just on the so we went through that little communication thing, and I explained to the person that you can't just tell somebody if I leave it up to you to set up a certain thing, the same way I set certain instructions, you have to set that up so that if I ask you something and you want me to just be able to go to it and not have to ask you questions, you have to leave detailed instructions on exactly where to go. If you just tell me a file is on the computer, there are many, many folders on the computer. Like, how do I get to it?
Now you know that
So
now that's a you problem. You know that, right? Once you know the problem and it's a communication issue, it is up to you to create the system so this is how I need it reported. And this is where that report goes. Because I don't want to have to search for nothing. This
Done
is
looking like
the
I don't want to hear
this
this
is
crap.
how we report, and this is what
no,
goes on at the end of the day. That's a you issue after you know the problem. And if you keep still having the same problem with different people, that's your fault, not their fault.
no, I'm lit. So this particular thing was with one person
You're a
that I
micromanager,
was
Don.
working with,
I've worked with you
and
before.
after this, the huh?
Micromanager. They didn't
I'm
do it
not.
like you was
But
doing
see, the no, no, that part of it, I said I let that person do it because they wanted to set their process up, but
Done. Listen to me.
they didn't set up. So
Done. D does this all the time. She is a gaslighter. Do not let her send you down this rabbit hole and be over here. She getting you done. She sucking you in. Don't do it.
No,
Stay
I'm not.
away.
I'm just playing with you. But it is. It's
Stay
your
away
fault.
from the right. Stay away from the
It's your
light,
fault. Like
Caroline.
it's your fault. You got you.
no,
Let me
because
tell you, this is you got to put the systems in place with the people. When that person didn't deliver and they didn't get what it was supposed to be, hey, we're having a problem. You were supposed to deliver this on this day. It's not done. So since it's not done, this is what we're gonna do to help get it done. Because some you have good intentions with empowering people, but some people don't know what to do with the power because it's too much. Because sometimes people don't know that they're just okay with being a worker bee. Everybody
Oh
don't want
yeah.
the power. Everybody
Again.
can't handle the power. And
That's
then
no shame.
and and then sometimes, like, I'm just gonna use my own story. One of my good friends. I was working with her husband, and he was a networking guy, and he had a contract with the company. And I was like, oh, I can do that. And he had some positions coming up, and it wasn't an installation, but more of a training, customer facing position. And I needed to do some little configurations with some little, electronics and stuff. But I like that type of stuff. So I was like, oh, I'm in the server room. I can do that, right? So for me, as a business owner and as a person that's been in leadership and just as a person in general, the way I learn is that I see it, right? I see it. We train on it. I take my notes. I ask questions, and then I need to do it. And then after I do it, I come back with any more questions, like as we're going through it, and I document. That's just who I am as a learner. And then I'm empowered to do whatever. But that's me. So we're in this situation. I'm going to these trainings. I'm going to multiple trainings across the country with this person, and he's like my brother. He's a brother to me. I'm going to these trainings, and finally, it's my turn to shine. Right? Soon as it's my turn to shine, it is. I'm doing my training, and I'm really good. But now, because it's something I didn't deliver, something that he didn't deliver, or he wanted it expanded on, instead of him letting me finish, he's inserted himself in my training, right? In my training of the people. But so now for me, it is telling me that he doesn't have enough confidence in me to move forward. But it's also telling me things about him is that because he's a brother to me, I know that he's had people work for him in capacity and they have fell short, which put his job, well, his company on the line, and this is how he sees his family. So I'm giving him grace with those things because I know them personally and I can empathize what may be going on with him. But as a business owner and as a contractor, it's a problem for me because now it is, are you you're not even giving yourself a chance to see me complete it to fruition, to have enough confidence in me to go to the next level or do this again, because now you want to do it all when your task is, and what your goal is to duplicate yourself. And so in duplicating yourself, you're giving me what all of your knowledge and putting it in me, but I'm not going to deliver it exactly how you were giving it to me because I'm not you. But I'm going through the steps and I'm doing the process, but my delivery is going to be a little different. I'm not going to say all of your jokes. I don't have all of your knowledge or in insider guides to all of that, because literally he can do everything. He can train the people. He can put the stuff in. He can go install it, put up the networks, put in the lock. He can do that all. I don't do that. So the things and the communications he's having is a little bit different. And when they're micromanagers, it's going to be hard to give things to people. But it's just like raising kids, and I don't think you have those either.
So let's ask this: is that micromanaging or perfection?
Micromanagement is a form of perfection.
Okay. Because I lean towards
I think
perfection.
And Evelyn, no, I don't think the task was the task was completed. However, Donald wanted specifically where that task was. He didn't want to have to go look for that task. He wanted it in a place. But in that place,
no, that task wasn't completed.
Oh, it wasn't completed.
That task wasn't completed. No, and then the person gave me attitude.
Oh,
like that's not going for no attitude.
No, I'm real patient because I've managed hundreds of people at once. So I'm like, we're gonna talk and work through the problem. And once we realize where the problem lies, then we'll. But I completely understand what you're saying, and it was like you were on the opposite end of it. The difference is you actually delivered, and that person had a certain way that they deliver, and they represent their company.
Yeah,
Mm.
but
A
I
couple
didn't
people
get
that I'm
I didn't
talking
get
about.
I didn't get a chance to fully deliver. And for me, as the person that was coming in that wanted to shine for him as well, but also it was one of those things where I had all of these jitters and nerves, and there was an opportunity for me to test my knowledge if I could do it from the beginning to the end, at least that part of the training. So here I've been preparing, and this was the test, but I didn't run out of time on the test. I didn't get to complete the test, and it wasn't my fault. It was like the internet went out on me, and I never could get back to that. I couldn't get that moment out, and I couldn't really get a good feedback on that situation because the little part I did was good, and it was cool, but it was like, oh man, this is gonna be a rough situation if we're not together all the time. Like if I'm out on my own, I'll be okay. But if do I keep, like, when are you going to cut the rope so I can go off on my own? That's basically, like, this was my chance to shine so he can finally cut the tether. But now you're not gonna know because you didn't cut it.
And for the record, it says an article I looked up says perfectionism breeds micromanagement. Excellent fosters leadership. What I do is I will say everyone needs to take several leadership classes.
Yeah.
I don't care what level you're in tech, entry. I don't care if you're in whatever you're in. I think everyone should take a leadership class. And the reason why I say that is so it gives you an idea of different styles of leadership, two, how to convey information, and three, how to talk to others. Conveying information and talking to others are two different things. It's two different things there. Two different things. So I want people to at least take some leadership classes.
I mean, it's definitely needed, especially when you are, um, and just communication in general, communication courses in general, because what happens is when you are in a situation and people have their personalities. Like, you work with people for so long, you know what they're gonna do, how they do it, and when they're not about to do something. It's just when you spend 8 hours a day with people, it's just who it is. But in that, like for me at work, I am very conscious, and even with contractors that I deal with, I am very conscious of how I feed people and how I want them to how I communicate with them, and I and that sets the tone on how I want my communication back. Like, if there's an issue, okay, let me know the issue. Give me an example of that issue, and then give me a solution how to fix it. Because we're growing, we're evolving, and sometimes people are in their own stuff that has nothing to do with you or I, and they're definitely not conscious on how it's being received by somebody else. We receive people through different lenses, through different experiences. Something I said or not said might have triggered somebody, and I did not know. And so when we come to those communications, though, that is having clear and effective communication, and then opening up the space for a dialogue. And when you open up that space for a dialogue and bring others in, now is the time to sit back and watch how that person reacts. Because if you come to the table and you're open and honest and ready to receive back, because you might have something for me or a why or something. But if you like I don't agree, and you just cut it off, you're like, well, that proved my point. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that dialogue? What type of atmosphere are we fostering? You know what I'm saying? Because for me, even let's just say, for instance, women in Linux and volunteers. I want you to volunteer and do something that you want to do, or based on your resume, I might see something that is going to speak to those things that you want to do, or those things that you already shine in, which are natural and earth in you as a person. And I want to let you run with it, because I don't want it to, I want your volunteerism to feel like a joy and not a chore. Because when it becomes a chore, it's no longer going to serve our organization, because it's another job. It's no longer a active service. It's a chore. Don't nobody want to do chores. You know what I'm saying? We're here to foster that. I don't want to micromanage you, but if you say you're going to do something and you don't deliver, then we can have a conversation about that. Now, if it's a pattern of behavior, now that doesn't serve our reciprocity, right? It what you say that you can do for us, and we're giving you the ability to shine, and vice versa, and now you're not delivering, then it if the relationship is no longer working for both of us, right? Because I'm not getting what you need and you're not getting what you need. So let's go our separate ways. It's just that simple. It doesn't have to, it may not be the space for you at this time. And that's just the nature of people. You know what I'm saying? Some things that are going on, how they do, that person they might need to work on communication. That's why I was saying, if you are the lead on something, or it is your thing, soon as there is an issue, any type of issue, and I'm saying this because I'm a process and procedures person, it is up to you to put something in place, so it's no excuses for that. This is how it's delivered. This is where it's supposed to be, because number one, it's convenient for you. You bringing people to the table. It's your money, it's your contracts, it's your whatever. So this is how I need it delivered, and let's fix this for you. And so next time I ask about it, it should be here in this format, so it's clear. We got a meeting every day about stuff that I write in the ticket. How can you ask me to write tickets and keep the tickets up to date, and you don't look at the tickets? You're going to ask me about what I did on the ticket. I can be an asshole and say, read the ticket, but we spend hours and hours at work reviewing tickets that are up to date.
Sounds like a waste of time to me.
Sounds like a waste of time to me, but hey, who's getting paid? What do you want to know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I talked about that. Yeah. And you know what I say? Well, as it says right there on the ticket, this is what I did. And all I do is read them what the fuck I
Read the ticket. Read the ticket,
Did
Anna.
you do? On my stand up, I don't want to talk about tickets, because you know what I do? Everything that I feel that is a nuisance to my day, I suggest some stuff and we bring it up at meetings. Hey, they have team. Instead of having a stand up every day, why don't we just create a channel and put it in here every day? Because you're not about to ask me about all these tickets I didn't work on. Here it is, tickets up to date. And if I have an issue with something, you can go read it. I want to talk about something else. That's just me. I'm helpful like that. You want me to do it? You want me to start? Absolutely. Now, the person who disagreed about that system, you don't do that shit. And you know what? I don't care. Because at the end of the day, you know what that's going to do? It's going to be, when I talk to my manager and what I've done over the years in my last 3 months, this is what I've implemented. This is what I've done. This is how it's bettered our communication for my team. Because I don't care about what you got going on. It's my show. It's my development. It's my going forward.
But I do want to give a shout out before we get out of
Who you want
here.
to give a shout out to?
Brandy out there making those ends and dividends.
Shout out to Randy.
And Michael Jenkins, he updated his class.
Uh
For those
oh.
for those of you that wonder who Michael Jenkins is, he is the creator of the Jenkins course on LinkedIn. So go on LinkedIn and get some Jenkins. Get your Jenkins on. He is the man when it comes to that. I want to give a shout out to Engineering Cannabis for coming up. Um, and Alexander, I hope that that information helped you out. Right?
And I wanted to address this. I had this on the screen from Down to Earth. I don't know which area in tech I want to go into, but I'm working as a PM now. I'm thinking of entry level certifications in cybersecurity, of entry level certifications in cybersecurity, cloud, and networking to maybe become a ITBM. Because I have a project management background. Um, a company is a company. Project management is a methodology. You can go anywhere with that without those certs because there are certain departments within IT companies that you don't need to be technical and you can go there and you can pivot. But I also made in the comment that um, stop calling it entry level and call it an intro course because what happens is when you say it's entry level, you're going to put yourself in an entry level position and that's what you're going to automatically default. Think of it as an introductory course and it's the fundamentals. It is course number one in a long set of courses in developing your skill. And this is just your starting point. Because if you think entry level, you're going to be like, you're going to stay there like, I don't know enough. No, I'm learning. This is the first course in a series of courses that I have to take. And this is my knowledge. This is where I'm going. So I wanted to address that. Also, and I am super huge Afri on setting managing expectations and setting expectations. Um, as a entrepreneur, as someone that is as an operations person, as someone that has made a career out of being like a liaison in the middle between like leadership and a client base. Um, Managing expectations is super huge for me because it makes my life and my job less stressful because um, you said the foundation for what's going to happen next or why you're doing something a certain way and it opens up the floor for a person to have their questions answered. um, it opens it and for me it creates a stronger bond in the relationship that you have with that client or with that vendor or with leadership because now it is something where they already know they don't have to look for you, they don't have to wonder, they don't have to guess. I'm always going to contact you before you contact me, and that has been like that's one of my like my banes of existence. Like I don't want you looking for me. I don't want to have to do all of that. Like this is what I'm doing. That's why I love written communication or some type of ticket so you know exactly what's going on. So managing expectations, and if it don't work out, putting something in place where it do.
Yeah, I think just in general, I don't I don't think people in management mm, understand managing expectations. I think again, just working in tech in general, everything is a number. Is this a one or two or three? It's the Fibonacci sequence when it comes to the work, and either you get it done or you don't, and you move the needle, and everything. The chart goes from here and down to here, the burn down rate, and you got the task done. And that's how I see a lot of managers work. But there's a lot of nuances that happen in between and why that ticket didn't get done or why it got done or the hoops you had to jump through to get it done. What doesn't happen is even though you put all that information in the ticket, it doesn't get read back to you that 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 is what happened. So I say this from an engineer perspective, sometimes it behooves you to tell the story. Some companies require, like at the end of the week, for you to say what you have done in a summarized fashion. And you can journal out what tickets you worked on, but your tickets that you worked on should tell a story. And excuse me, and sometimes you have to be your own advocate. You have to be your own voice because sometimes managers are not the voice for you. They do not do. They would take people would take credit and everything. So
They
I just
project. They project on how they would do something onto you. A example, I was trying to fix an issue for somebody, and I kept telling them to meet me in teams, and they just would not meet me in teams. And so we were having a conversation back and forth in email, and for my small groups, we have to tag it. Certain people get CC'd. So me and him are having this communication back and forth, this user, and one of the leads, our leads, he emails me and was like, "Oh, it's too many emails going back and forth." And I'm thinking to myself, "How many emails?" He was like, "Can somebody call him?" I'm not gonna get what I need from this man by a phone call. And you know what? I was like, I Deioned it in my head and got it out and vented to myself. And when the man finally was able to meet me in Teams, I said, "I'm already chatting with him in Teams." And he was like, "Oh, thank you, Deion. Thank you." Like, this is what email is for communication. It is 11,000 emails of communication between teams that ain't nobody called nobody on, and you gonna tell me to pick up the phone to call somebody?
Mhm.
But that's how I felt. My face is exactly, get off my phone. That's what I want. Get out of my inbox. You on some BS. But you know what? I'm gonna let you feel like you did something today, and I'm gonna do it like I want to do it. I don't feel like talking to him at this particular moment because you know what? It's going to be a long call. And you know what? It was 2 hours.
Oh, two more shout outs. Shout out to Aja and shout out to Journey to Jasmine. Thank y'all for stopping by today. Afri, thank you for stopping by.
We appreciate everybody for stopping by. You
Yeah,
guys could be doing something else on a Saturday instead of looking and listening to us. So
you
we
could have been
appreciate
somewhere else, but you chose to be here. That's how I look at it. Do you ready to
It was
wrap
a
it
lot of
up?
good information.
I try, man. We try to give you good information, things you can take with you on a daily basis, things you can execute as well too, and as well as making sure that you all are moving forward. I don't want you to fail forward. I want you to thrive forward. But if you fail forward, I take that too. That
this
means
is the community. This is what it's about. It's about ironing, sharpening, iron, bringing your your roadblocks to the table and let's hash them out and your thoughts because this is what we say, like come let's talk about it, let's try to work this out. Would it being vulnerable enough to come on camera and say this is what I'm having issues with, how do I move past that, and let's and having an open dialogue on getting that done from people from different perspectives. They have a different outlook on what that is. You know what I'm saying? And that is synergy. That is what the community is about. And I think when people are silent or withholding or just fearful, I think they are robbing themselves of an experience to take themselves to the next level. You know what I'm saying? So
mm,
I appreciate you for just getting up here and chatting.
even though she was giving you a
And this
hard
and
time.
look, even though she took me out of my element when I was trying to open up and be vulnerable, see, this is why black men don't want. Nah, to stop.
That's
Let
why
me
black
land the
men don't
plane.
want to come up and share
Let me
they
tell
feelings.
y'all.
That's why
Let me
black
tell
men don't want to
what
come up. Because women don't do nothing but take them and destroy them. That's all they do. All they do is take your negative and turn it against you. Put a fork in you and just turn it.
I know y'all ain't talking about how y'all be railroading me in the chat.
Y'all operate on build and destroy cycles. You build yourself and destroy the men.
Destroy the men. What? Destroy the men and don't do and look and done and don't and ain't got no money sitting over there with $35,000. Buy look, buy dog, die alone.
Yeah, with your $100 wealth. $100 in wealth on average.
Y'all be killing me in the chat, and I'm just supposed to take it. Y'all just be beating up on me. Y'all get a little jig back, and y'all just lay in the road. Just lay in the road. I swear, y'all be killing me.
Look over here with her modern thoughts. Oh, modern woman.
I know, like you're not supposed to have an opinion. Like, what's that about?
He was look. Don was over here in his leadership role, in his leadership capacity, telling you about
like
being a leader.
You on my show.
And you
on my show. This my show. If you don't want to be here, you know you can go. This is my show.
Listen,
this my show.
Is my show.
This my show.
Leadership.
You came here to get what I had to say. You know where the exit is. You in the car. Log off. I don't know how y'all go in those spaces to be entertained.
I don't. I limit my content to this business stuff and econ. Like it's poison. But
can't be so tickled. She be so tickled. She is. I am aggressive. And the last time I was on the show, they said I was aggressive. But we're just joking, Alex. We're just joking.
Yeah, yes.
It's a joke.
Nobody was serious. But seriously though, I picked up what you put down, Tam, and I'm ready to actually get on the calendar. So like the link, you know
okay. 101. We'll put that in. It's out there. I know this week I'm not gonna have any time.
Y'all be funny in the chat.
FYI, is somebody on the panel birthday that's not me or Don. You figure that out. This week. So somebody has set plans to partay. So yeah. So that's where it's at.
So y'all want to one day.
JM said so y'all women don't date hard working bus drivers.
I've dated bus drivers and men who have owned the bus.
Truth be told, my dad, my dad was a bus driver.
Clearly, you were what was wrong in that situation.
Clearly, the common denominator is me. Clearly.
My dad was a bus driver, so either way, it
after say I'm serious. It's just jokes.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
Thank you, down to earth. You have my back.
Yeah, I totally understood where she was coming from, though.
Yeah, what's so funny? Let me find out. Y'all here being I am dependent. I am dependent. What you want? What you cook, clean? I'm out here trying to get saved. I don't have nothing to say. What we got? What we going?
She's trying to get chose.
So you trying to get chose?
She's trying to get chose.
I'm feminine, fit, and submissive.
You feminine, fit, and submissive.
I'm feminine, fit, and submissive.
Well, okay, hold on. This the ultimate. This the ultimate one. Are you a pick me?
I don't know what that is. I don't think so. I don't know what that is. I don't think so. Because I don't know it. I don't think
black,
so.
So you black, so it's pick Misha.
A pick Misha. Pick Misha.
We always got to put something on it to distinguish. Crazy.
No, I don't think so. I'm okay with being alone. I don't have to pick nobody.
Buy a dog, roof, roof.
I'm okay. Like I match energy. At the end of the day, it's reciprocity. If you go lead. If you're not gonna lead, then you're not gonna get no reciprocity. Like it's simple to me. Like,
Sim put a shot out there again. Sim was like, "Happy birthday, D. I've been trying to save you this whole time." Let me highlight that. Bring it up. In fact, let me do this.
she's such an asshole. She is such an asshole. Sam was trying to get chose. He was trying to get saved. He wanted to be a sugar baby. That's what Sam is trying to do. But thank you for the birthday wishes.
We need to, you know what, D? I had a premonition. We need a women in Linux dating show. We need a binary hustlers dating show. That's what
That's
we
gonna
need.
be wild.
We need a dating show.
D
I
might
don't-
what did I say?
I
D
don't know
need
if
that
people
water. D been drinking on that. Brother is parched.
We
What?
we need a date. We need a date show.
Oh, Sam is parched. Is that what you mean? Sam is parched.
At
But
12
yeah, my
Just
o'clock.
birthday
search a
is
little bit.
next Saturday, so we won't have a show. I am turning forever 48. This is my last birthday that I'm counting. Um, my grandmother, who's passed, she was two ages I've known all my life. She was 38 and 48. I'm having my forever 48, and I'm stopping counting after that. So I'm excited. I'm gonna get to be around all my friends and have a good time. And it's something I need. I need to be loved on by my tribe. So
Down to Earth says when they go low, I go west tail.
oh, that's Tam. She gonna incinerate you. She gonna take you back to the father.
No, no way.
She can't even look at the camera and say that.
Do you know 500K earners dating show? Man, if I put a dating show out there for 500K earners, only men and women with a net worth of 500K can come to the day show. You know they have a fit.
It'll be like two of y'all.
A fit. A fit.
Cause I'm a 500K earner as a member. I ain't getting no 500K yet. It's coming.
Oh, it's there. You just got to execute. I've had a discussion with you about your plan. You just got to execute it. And you got to put people in place again, system and processes as well too. But we got the link. And go to every time my brains would melt. They would. They've been looking up all
It'll
kind
be
of
fun.
crap.
I'm mad we be over here having red pill jokes. Like, oh no.
It'd be funny to me.
I don't want anybody to take a sound bite and then I'll be looking at myself talking about it's my show. It's my show. Listening, I'm not nobody.
Yes.
This is my show. This is my show.
What is it?
Then they'll take a clip of that
We
old
on
time I was
37
on that. What was the name of that show I
you
was
about
on,
to get
Tam?
clipped.
You were on I think you was on Lapeef. I think it was Lapeef.
I was sitting up there like this because I was listening because everybody was talking. It was like, look, you're mad. Look at that shit. I'm like, Lord, that's all y'all do is talk over each other. Like, what type of Coda Evelyn? I don't even want that type of viewership. If we said we get a consistent 45 to 50 people every week that want to hear our information, if we start talking that rigmarole,
D, can I?
But why? I don't even understand why. Like when men is in a room, when we in a room with each other and we're actually talking about things, that doesn't happen. Like all that chaos and stuff like that. That doesn't happen. I never knew that people were like this in real life until I got on the internet. And then
I don't really think they're like that in real life. I think it's the internet. I think it is a show. It is just like it's for the algorithm, which actually is doing more harm than good because now you're putting this energy. And again, if this is the perspective of people around the world are looking at us based on these sound bites and this little YouTube, you are going to come to your conclusion that this is how they are. They're angry. They don't love their own women. All of that other type of stuff. Like me and Tam have these conversations. Like these men and I don't know these men. I don't know these women. This is not my experience, and you cannot fault me or be upset because this is not my experience. And I'm asking you about what's going on or where do you meet these people. It's the law of attraction. If you are the common denominator, then it's a you issue, not a them issue. If you are going to get people that are not your standard, or she's lonely and need a dog, where are you finding these people at? Because the women that I know, this is not our MO. We're okay sipping mimosas amongst each other, drama free. Where is all this drama that you're conjuring up? And some people, they love loud, they love volatile, that's something that they strive and they need and they want. It's too much energy for me. I don't want something that's hard. Why would you want something that's that hard? Why would you want somebody or keep talking about people that you're not interested in? It doesn't make
That
any sense to me.
Sam, you already know how
that'd
I
be my
feel.
problem.
We too broke to argue, and that's why I did last night on Foolish Finance Fridays to talk about the 100K. I am going to talk about where people and what they do at 150 to 300K and 300K to 500K and a million. I'm gonna bring it up because I feel like sometimes um that uh people make it seem like it's unobtainable, and I don't understand it. Like I bring people on talking about jobs that you can get at 300,000 to 500,000 base, and you could come out with $1 million or $5 million or $10 million over the next 5 years, and we still have those arguments. And I I I I don't understand the argument when I'm showing you how you can make $1 million. I'm showing you how you can make $2 million, and show you if you made 300,000 for the next 10 years, how you can make.
Tam, that all comes from the lack. Honestly, that all comes from the lack of confidence, like what you spoke about earlier. Because when you were talking earlier in the earlier stream, and then even
Mm-hmm.
this one, like that hit me in a certain area, and I might as well bring it up right now, because when I was talking about, I finally got the message. So when y'all constantly said over these past couple years, I've been following y'all, like, hey, like, what are your skills? Like, you have skills. I literally didn't believe that I had any sort of skills, like, at all. And I
Mm-hmm.
didn't really, really realize how skilled I was until I just went to a recruiting event, job fair, at the school I'm going to right now. I just went there just to see. And I ran into this company. So they asked a little bit about my experience, and I gave them a couple titles. I didn't even tell them exactly everything, um, but they recognized my titles and what I actually did. And they were like, "Oh, we'll hire you on right now as a level 3, blah blah, maintenance technician, electronic maintenance technician," because I did electronics repair, and that
Mm-hmm.
those people, one of them actually did my job, and
Mm-hmm.
the other one was just familiar with people who did it. So I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
so that we'll hire you on right now, give you like a week or two long refresher so you can tighten up on what you did at this time. You
Mm-hmm.
already know like this law, the blah blah. I didn't realize, oh snap, I actually have a trade. But my lack
Yeah.
of confidence
Yeah.
it makes you as a, not you, but it makes you as a person tell yourself that you're way less valuable than you actually are.
Right.
Right.
But
And
it's
when
also
you
how you
tell
look
these
at
people,
that skill, though. Like you discounted that skill. You were discounting that skill because for wherever you're at, that skill might not have been as high on the totem pole as you wanted it to be. So you discounted your own skill set. And we're harder on ourselves than anybody else can be on us. And that's the crazy part about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, why did you got to think about, like, why did I discount my own skill?
Right. But
I'm
this
still trying to
go
figure that out.
but this goes into what I talked about before, and I keep saying, write down all your skill sets. Write down all your skill sets, and then the skill sets that you once you write down all those skill sets, go look and see how much those skill sets are worth. Like, how much money can you get on that skill set? Can you get $15 an hour? Can you get $20 an hour? Can you get $30 an hour? Can you get 100 an hour? Go write those things down, and you'll start to look at it and you'll be like, oh, okay, I'm not getting a lot on that skill set. Is that the market, or is the fact that I need to improve on that? Okay, cool. It may be the market, or I may need to improve. But at the same token, you start to see where you have skill sets galore and they're valuable, and you could go into any market. You could go into multiple markets, but you won't sit down and do that because you don't think the skill sets that you have are valued. You would discount those skill sets, but you can get paid for them skill sets. You know how to read. Here's what we know: 54% of America cannot read and they cannot write. We know that 54% of America can't read past the sixth grade. So if you graduated from college or you graduated from high school and you actually are really, really know how to read, you know you got a one upper there. So even that, just even in that, just knowing how to read, you can sit down and read to someone. That's a job. Reading to kids is a job. Tutoring someone how to read English is a job.
Now, comprehending what you just read is another skill.
Right.
It's a job.
And
Because everybody don't have it. Because I'm gonna tell you
right.
right now, I will do a lot of stuff around the house. I am a modern day MacGyver. I'm gonna fix it, but I'm not touching with nothing electrical. I am not about to electrocute myself fooling around with some stuff. Now I'm gonna plug it up and I'm gonna change the battery and I'm gonna tape up a cord. That's it. Other than that, I'm gonna call the electrician. Don't play with electricity. You have to know about
Right. But we so stuck. The
it.
system
It's stuff.
is
And
stuck.
Alex really is. And when you say our community, I'm just going to assume is meaning Black people. It's not we watch plenty of videos. It's definitely not our community issue. It is a person. It's person dependent on what's going on, because you can come from um, a a situation where your parents didn't have a lot, or they were considered broke or poor or just did things, and you do the total opposite of that, or like it is definitely has it. Everybody has a different relationship with money. I've shared before here that coming up, my mother was always getting a ticket on something garnished, the pawn shop, just things that, like, credit, just negative things that came, that I heard. And all I know was that I didn't want whatever that was. I really didn't have a money education. And me and Tam, we always talk about role models. It wasn't that we had like these superheroes, but from experiences, I just learned what I didn't want.
Mhm.
And I knew what I wanted, but I didn't necessarily have exposure on how to get there. I knew that my grandfather, like my dad, grew up in a house. They had houses, they had things. I knew there was somewhere I wanted to go. Now, getting there was a me thing. You know what I'm saying? It was a me thing, and I'll be 48 next week. So the information at our fingertips, we didn't have it like that. We had to go to the library, or you had to ask somebody, or put yourself in a position to get the information. You didn't have it like that. You had to go to the resource, which was an office or an agency, or something of that nature. It is up to us individually to make a decision that we want more for ourselves. And if there are things that we didn't get or we don't know, how do we do that? how do we get it? If you got a cell phone and you got Google, you can put in a search term. If you got 15 minutes, instead of scrolling on Instagram or Facebook, Google something that you've been thinking about. Just put it in there and see what come up. Somebody tell me something, I'll be like, what is that? And then once I get it and I still don't understand it, I go ask somebody else or I look for something else with that. And I've surrounded myself with people that want to get it. When I first met Tam was not entrepreneurial. Did she do entrepreneurial things? In some aspect, but that's not where she came from. She came from a educational, from the school education, higher learning, working in the DoD space. That's what she did. And so we as friends have basically grown together in this journey. I came from somewhere that was more entrepreneurial. I come from somewhere where me having a 9 to 5, I I've had them and I haven't had them, but I've been more of let me go get this check type of person. But when you come and there's a synergy, you align yourself with people that are at least going in your direction and at least hold some accountability to get there together. And if y'all don't know, well, where we got to go to get? Do we got to pay to get in that room? Do we don't? What's going on? Who else can we bring in that at least matches that energy? Because it's hard. It's not easy.
And then when we talk about the like, people keep saying like the problem in our community, the problem is in that community. All right, let's think about this for a second. Like, I got you. I'll say the problem with people, but as far as the community goes, like this is a community. I consider this a community I'm part of.
Mm-hmm.
We already moving, so I don't. And
Yeah.
a part of what we doing is anybody we trying to save whoever want to get saved. That's what it is. So we talking about our community got all these problems. Nah, we moving and we picking up everybody we can along.
I told you I'm on Thrive Island. I'm on Thrive Island. I'm on Thrive Island. That's
So
where
we
I'm at.
we moving.
What was the
And
song,
when
Dion? Was it E40? I wanna be saved.
is our kids like what our saver, but
I wanna be saved.
What I need to do? What do I need to do? What is going on? You think, and what's so crazy is, and what I don't get out here with this foolishness is y'all really think we want to be out here working all extra hard and going in here to fight the man every day and doing all of this stuff and talking to these people? I don't care about none of that stuff. It bothers me. If I can go and garden and do what I want to do and go meditate and do, I would be just as happy. I am okay. At the end of the day, it's who wants to do that? Who want to do that? Y'all don't even want to go to work every day and be having to go do what y'all want to do. Like sometimes you want a timeout. Like
I don't mind going to
I
work.
don't want to deal with none of this. What make you think this is something that we just so happy to do?
I don't mind.
well, I think
I don't
so.
mind going to work. Let me tell you
I
why.
don't care. But I want to work on what I want to work on. And if I and when I was married, I it was freedom in the ability to say today is my last day if I didn't want to be
You
there
can
anymore.
still do that now. You just gotta save
No,
up.
no, I get it, but I'm just saying when you're in partnership with that, it's a freedom in that and working together. Of course, I've created that for myself now, but when
Mhm.
somebody has your back, you're going to the same direction. Y'all raising a family, all of that other type of stuff. Marriage is a different type of covenant. It's different.
It
It's
is.
different.
It,
Yes,
it
I
is.
can do that now.
It is. It is. But not everybody looks at it like that, right? And so, with that being said, like, um, even for me, uh, saying, okay, look, yo, it's time for us to, for you to get your degree. I'll work. You know, you already still have money coming in. Now let's let you get your degree, and then we'll come back and revisit this in 2.5 years, and then whatever move we're gonna make after that time, that's fine. In order to do that, we agree upon it. We all got to stick to the plan of what that is. You can't switch up the plan after we make it. You switch up the plan and don't tell the other person, because I don't know that's not the plan no more. I don't know that, and when I don't know that, then I'm blindsided, and I'm still working on plan A. You on plan A, B, C, D, F, G, and I'm still back here on plan A and don't know nothing about the other plans. So that's an issue. And so what often see happen in a lot of, not just in these spaces, just in spaces in general, is the lack of communication, and suffering and silence leads to all these other things. And when I see that, because I see that at work, it's not just here, I see it at work, and people do it at work, and they make decisions, and then they come back, and you don't know, because you still been going down this path, this is what you were told to do, and somebody else made another decision to do something else. And that you do it at work, you probably do it at home. And I see it across the board, and all I'm simply saying is this: if you're not good at talking, send me an email. If you're not good at an email, send me a text. If you're not good at sending a text, send it to me via Instagram on the back end. If you ain't good in that, get outside and put it out in nice little rocks on concrete. Whatever your form of communication is, at least be able to communicate to me something has changed. And I don't think when we're coming up, just throughout even college, I don't think communication is actually emphasized enough. Communication and comprehension, they go hand in hand. And for some odd reason, that shit does not work when we get in relationships. And it's just not, a relationship where you're a romantic relationship, just a relationship between friends, a relationship between mother and daughter, a relationship between parents. I don't know what happens with communication, but it sure does start to disappear. And people just, it don't even be words. It be like, I'll call you back, and then you don't hear from nobody for no more for 4, 5, 6, 7 years, or the person don't ever call you back, or when you call they don't answer. Like, what happens? I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't know if we need to have, every step of the way, we need to have communication classes. I don't know, but
It's
that's just
learned.
what
It's
I
learned. It's learned behavior.
is.
Actually,
It learned behavior, or is
it is
or
okay. So, for instance, so my mother's side is from the south. My dad's side is from the east coast, right? My east coast grandmother is very shoot it to you straight. She gonna tell you how it feel, what we gonna do, how we gonna do it, when we gotta do it. She's the mother of seven. She literally had seven kids back to back to back to back, like literally stair steps. My southern grandmother, and growing up as a kid, we would consider my East Coast grandmother mean. But that's because, and now that I'm older, she just didn't play with us kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, she just didn't, that wasn't her personality. My Southern grandmother, oh, she going sugar and honey and baby, and you just gonna think she is the cat's meow. She is just a bubble of love. That's who she is. But boy, you'll take somebody in jail. No, they in college. She'll tell you a story. They are going to make up some stuff. It is like a fantasy island. It's not really going to be rooted in reality. And then the information, it from that side of the family, like that stays in the house. Like whatever we got going on in here, don't leave here. And you are really vowed to silence, because they don't want to hear nothing that's in this house repeated back in the streets, because it ain't nobody business. And what happens is, and we've had this conversation, that you can choose to do opposite, but sometimes some things are so ingrained in you, because it's like Pavlov's law. Like, you talk too much, you get your butt whooped. or there's consequences to leaking that type of information, or sometimes certain information, because you don't know the effects of that, it could be to your safety, your detriment of where you're going and what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Because things are so secretive, you don't know that somebody was a victim of domestic violence, or somebody not supposed to know. So you're sworn to this type of secrecy, and you're not really sharing it, which goes into my point for Journey to Jasmine. How does one break out of that pile? It's all on my back. One crazy thing is that I noticed is that women, they love their sons and they raise their girls, and so we are socialized to be these independent people. We got to do all this stuff because we have to be prepared, and our dads foster that preparedness into the world, right? And so as we pick up these pieces of life and we take in these things from the lens, and because nobody is really communicating, for me, communicating when or why or how, we are forced to kind of come to our own conclusions about why this is happening. And so for me, it is, I want to do the opposite. And so I want to be strong. So in me wanting to be strong, I want to show people that I can do it on my own. For me, basically, I haven't lived with my mother since I've been 14. I made a decision a long time ago. And they were like, if you think you're grown, go be grown. For me, and my kid brain was, well, let me go and get on out of here. And that started my life of being strong. And then as you go through life and you have those ups and downs, I'm just going to tell you this. And then strong people end up being the strong person for the friends. And we become a little frustrated when people, we don't receive the same help that we're giving people, right? But that's because we're strong. We don't ever need nothing. We don't open our mouths to say, I need help. I am struggling. I need a hug. I am vulnerable right now. I am clueless
Don't use my line.
about what's going on. Huh?
Don't use my line.
What? You gonna? That's not your line. Your line is, I'm vulnerable. That's your line. So you break that by, and this is the analogy that I had when I was dying to my own flesh, is the walls that you build up to keep people out are also creating a jail for yourself. So you are really robbing yourself of the good things that you are supposed to be receiving. So you have to just one day say, fuck it. Are you okay? No, I'm not okay. Do you need that? Yes, I need that. And that's just simply learning how to receive. Learning how to receive. And I don't know about everybody, but I believe in God, period. And God works through people. God ain't going to come by down and say, Jasmine, this is what we're going to do. He's going to work through Tam. He's going to work through Donna. He's going to work through Natasha. And when people are saying, here, this is for you, and you're like, no, I'm okay. I'm good. You're blocking your blessings. It's just that simple. It's learning how to receive. You are here to receive, and then in turn be a blessing to somebody else. What's going on when people don't press go is they don't know how to receive. You think that blessing is not for you. You think it's for somebody else. You think that you can't do it. I have to have $20,000. I got to do $200,000. I can't start with 5,000. She not talking. This is not for me. I'm just here listening. It can't be for me. You have to learn how to receive, because at the end of the day, when you look at all of those situations, like I am the common denominator, and I have to go sit with myself and say, you know what, your pot is empty. You don't have nothing to give nobody else, and you know what, you can't even tell nobody why. You can't even articulate why, what's going on with you, because you don't know. And it's okay not to know. It's okay to say, you know what, I am trying to work it out for myself. It's being your own best advocate. You owe it to yourself to say, I need. And it's not in a financial way. Sometimes it might be, but you are here because you need something. You need to know how to take yourself to the next level. You need to know how to get into tech. You need to know how to grow your money. You need to know how to make it better for your family. It is a need. We are serving a need, because you know what, we've been on the opposite end, and again, we are growing. Once you can learn how to receive, you will break out of that pile of suffering and silence.
Um,
So I,
STEM Nomad said, D Linux links. I have a friend who is the strong one. She found herself always fighting for people to hear that she is human and feels hurt. Also, I can get with that.
Yeah.
Again, um, that's something I talked about before about being the strong one. I've never wanted to say that I'm the strong one, but I'm also the one that like to find solutions. I don't want to complain about it. I want to find a solution, whatever that solution is, and whatever road that takes me down, then that's what it is. But at the same token, when you are in that state of vulnerability, I think a lot of people also, just my thought, feel embarrassed about it, because they could feel as if, hey, I should have known this, or I should be able to solve this. But sometimes you can't solve it on your own. Sometimes sometimes the direction that you're choosing to go in may not be the best direction, and so um it may behoove you to actually get out there and talk to other people to find out what if you're going down the right direction. But a lot of people don't want to do that. A lot of people will sit and suffer in silence, and that does more physical harm to your body than it does anything else.
You
um
wake up and won't be able to move.
yeah, it does more physical harm to your body to suffer in silence than anything else, and I don't think people know that either.
Yeah. But and then also, and one common thread I can see amongst the strong friends, and I got friends that are strong, but in different capacities. But my love language is acts of service, and so I might not physically, you might not physically hear "I love you" out of my mouth, but you're gonna know that I care because I show up. You don't have to ask me. I listen and I execute. I'm going to be there. It's just who I am
Hmm.
as a person. And I knew something was going on with me when it was like, when I had to think about, why aren't people there for me in the same way? And not that I wasn't mad at them, because I am an observer of people. I said, this person has this going on. This person has this going on. This person is in the midst of this. This person is in the midst of this. So I made up this story that nobody had nothing to give me at that time, because they were already going through themselves, through that. But as I got a little clearer in my mind, it was most of the people that were also just as strong as me, they also asked for help. And the one person that I knew that ask for things, that don't have no problem with asking for things. She was the only person that picked up on that I was about to make a move, because the way I was operating before I moved to Florida. I started giving away stuff. I started doing stuff, and she was like, "So what's going on?" And she had a conversation with me. She was just like, "So what you thinking? What's going on with you?" She was the only person that did that, and through that transition, our relationship has become tighter, and we're still friends to this day. Like, because you go through life, you go through transition, and everybody doesn't make it to that next level. And it wasn't that they were worthy. You just got you, and it doesn't mean that you don't care or love that person anymore. It's just you might not be as close as you were, or it just the relationship might just dissolve. You know what I'm saying? But people and places and spaces that want to be in your life, and this was my thought, if any of the relationships from this space in my life continue, then God, they were meant to be.
Yep.
And I am going to nurture those in a way, in my better self, like, because this is the type of relationships I want it going forward. And I had to do a lot of self work about showing up.
Yeah, and like one thing too, because I keep seeing this common thread with the strong people. Um, I had to learn this the hard way. Um, the people that you're needed by are not always the people that you need the most, and oftentimes the people that are going to be like the most valuable and the most beneficial to us and will reciprocate, we kind of overlook them, because it's a weird thing, but we actually want the people that we want to the people that we like to be reliable to us. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we are trying to be dependable for like the wrong people. And I
Yeah.
actually learned that lesson at the age of 18 through a team building exercise. Like when we were doing land navigation, like um let me just be transparent and say it here. So I was going through basic training um during the winter time, and like I had like this. I never got sick, but I had this constant runny nose. So people used to make fun of me and call me Captain Snot. So anyway, so anyways,
That's
we
terrible. Oh my
yeah, but
God.
no,
That's so terrible they
look,
was doing that to you.
no, listen, but that's military, and that's nothing compared to how we came up. But you know how we got on each other.
Oh
But
yeah.
anyways, so they used to always call me that or whatever. So I used to always keep my tissue on me or whatever. Um, we got to a point where we had to do land navigation. We got up at 2 in the morning. We rucked out like 6 miles to this area, and 2 miles in, it started raining so hard that if you stuck your hand in front of you, you couldn't see that far in front of you. So we got to our point, we all soaking wet, and they wait till we got to our point soaking wet to tell us we could put on our rain gear. So, anyways, we got there. We're about to start the land navigation, and we start to get in teams. So when we start to get into our teams, um, everybody who they was cool with certain people, they got with the people that they liked, and so on and so forth. Um, and then I had like a bunch of different people that I was cool with, but they were all teamed up with people. So I was stuck with like the people that like nobody liked, and they always made fun of. Like, not like me, like they really trashed these people. So I was like, oh man, okay, we're gonna make it work. So we get all of our equipment. We start like plotting out our points and all the other stuff, getting our cuts and fixes. And what I start to notice is like I see a lot of people in their teams, like they cool, but now that they're working together, like they're arguing and they can't figure out who's gonna go where and do what and so on and so forth. But I noticed when I got with the team that I was with, everybody, we just sat up there and asked who was gonna do what. They decided they wanted to let me lead in this area. So they all played into their strong suits. whether one person was better at plotting points, cutting the fixes, and working the compass. Like we all split it up like that. There was like no argument. We worked together perfectly, and for the land nav, the night land nav, and all the training events we had together, we were all the first ones to finish. I wanted my friends to work with me, but the people that I needed to work with me were the people that I overlooked completely. And they were the best people that I could have worked with, the best, the most reliable, and all that. So sometimes we want to be needed by the wrong people. So we got to look for what's good.
You never you never have a clue who you sit next to, and that's my philosophy. Like I don't care if it's the person the janitor up to the CEO. Like you treat people with goodness and kindness. Now we joke and we have fun and we kiki, but you don't never have a clue who you sit next to. And that person, that situation, you just be a just be a decent human being. You know what I'm saying? Like as kids, we joke. We don't, like we do what we do, but that's a huge lesson on just life in general. These people who have been discounted end up being some of the best people to work with. And at the end of the day, you was Captain Snot right along with them. Y'all was all in the situation and y'all pulled it together and got it done. That's life. You know what I'm saying? Like, and for me, working with people, it is like, what can we do? That's team building. That's finding joint partnerships. Like, it may be somebody you least expected that has what you need so y'all can go to the next level or get something done. And it doesn't mean you don't like that person or you care. It's just you guys fulfill a mutual need and can get something done. That's life. That's life. Somebody asked me, D Lenny's links, do you ever resent when people don't reciprocate? Do these people ever say to you that they didn't ask you to do whatever? Let's see. How can I answer that? Again, my love language is giving. It's service. So I ask if that person wants me to do A, B, C, D. I offer myself. I don't never start doing something where a person be like, I asked you to do that. I say, do you want A, B, C, and D? And they can say yes or no. And a lot of times when, again, I'm spiritual in my core on my delivery of things. And then there's beyond the flesh, and then there's, beyond the spirit being. There are things that I've done for people that they've said yes to that went against the Dion flesh. Like, Dion don't want to do that. But I am being obedient to a higher power. Like, my spirit is nagging me that I have to do that. And whatever consequence that's going to happen for that person is going to happen. Because again, like I said, God uses people. So if I'm praying and I want these things to go through me, then He going to use me to do these things. I'm going to be a vessel as well. So, and I have told people what I am about to do is not what I want to do. I don't want to do this. I'm not feeling it at all. But I am being obedient to me doing this. So whatever you going through or whatever test you supposed to be passing, I'm just giving you a heads up that this, whatever I'm doing, is a test. And however you move on that after that is your thing. But I can't. People are going to be people. People be people. Like, they are ungrateful. Some people have expectations. I got people in my family that asked me to do something and it was a no. And they like, what you know, like relationships that had been just broken because of the tough love that you give people. And relationships are, you expect reciprocity, but you, when you're doing things from your heart in a genuine place, you know that you do it because you want to do it. You're not doing anything for something to get back. Now, the law of nature is, you know, you plant a seed, you reap a harvest. You plant a seed, you reap a harvest. But my harvest may not come from that person. It may come from a different situation. It may come in the form of something else. And so for me, when it came to people in general, like just some things that went on in my life, my thing is, if your mama do it, if your daddy do it, or people that are your family and they call themselves their loved ones, and these are the people that you got, if they do it to you, anybody off the street to do it to you. So my expectation of people, oh, it's low. I got trust issues. I'm better, but I don't put nothing past nobody. So when you do that, for me, it's no surprises. People will fix their mouth to say some real foul stuff.
I'm gonna answer that one. All right. So first one is, do you ever resent when people don't reciprocate? Yes. I
Yes.
yes.
Just flat out yes.
But my resentment is this: when people don't say thank you. I don't care. I just don't believe that you just do stuff out of acts of kindness and blah 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 blah. You at least want to thank you. I'm sorry. You at least want somebody to offer you a cup of water if you're coming over to help them move. You may not get paid, but you want a cup of water. You may come over to somebody, you may come over to somebody's house, and you may fix their toilet even though they didn't know it needed fixing. You still want to thank you. I'm sorry. I That's just me, right? That's as far as my resentment goes to that, right? And it says, do these people ever say to you that they didn't ask you to do whatever? No, I've never gotten someone. One time, let me take that back. One time, I did get someone that did do that, and we didn't talk for a very long time. And so that's where it's at. So again, I do expect a thank you. I think you should expect a thank you. I think your time is important. I think your effort is important, and I think anything that you put out there, someone at least should say thank you. It may not be a thank you monetarily, but just a kind word of thank you. If I'm doing something for you, just say thank you. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Some sort of acknowledgement.
Yeah, yeah. No,
But
Something like
again, it is one of those things where, again, like she said, it might not be financial, it might be doing something in return, which is the
right.
reciprocity. But
Yeah,
also that comes into, for me, is the respect you have for another person,
right.
and
That's what.
that
But
just that mutual understanding with
right.
people
So yeah.
in
So
time.
if I drove my ass from from Florida to New York to pick you up to make sure that you okay and get you back to Florida, and you don't have no gas money or nothing, and you get your happy ass in the car and you don't say thank you, or you say something like it's about time you picked me up, there
You late. What
you
took you so long?
oh, there are rest stops along the way. You figure it out. I'm just saying. But no, I'm not that mean.
Or
However,
if I drove into Atlanta for 7 hours and you be like, you gonna come over here? No, no. I
yeah,
just drove 7 hours.
yeah,
I don't have no car.
yeah,
Like
I'm just saying. I said thank you.
people can be very inconsiderate. However, sometimes when they are used to you operating in a certain space and you're not the old you, because as sometimes, a lot of times people take your kindness for weakness. And a lot of time over the, as you think about over your life, sometimes when it's people that I enjoy, sometimes people may think you are a follower, or that you may be gullible, or just different things, and you just be like, that's what you thought, until it's not, till you be like, poof, where did that person go? Like, you are not worthy of what I have to give, no matter what it is. Like, I don't want to do that. It's over. This, whatever it is over, because you don't see me the same way. You don't regard me the same way I regard you in my space. So you don't deserve what I have to give. So it's over, and it ain't no hard feelings. It's over. It's over. It is. I have one friend in college, and we were ace boo coons. You see her, you see me. We are always together. And in California, where I grew up at, United's hub is there. So a lot of your friends growing up, they work for the airline, and we would get buddy passes and go to Vegas and stuff like that. I got my friend a $30 ticket to Vegas, and I started getting all these calls about somebody wanting to buy this ticket from me, and I'm like, this is not your ticket. They were like, well, so and so said you were selling the ticket, and I was like, oh, well, it's not. It she hadn't spoken to me, so I'm clueless on why this is happening. So I finally asked her, I said, are you selling this ticket? And she was like, yeah. I was like, well, really, technically, it's not your ticket to sell. It's my ticket that I'm letting you have, so that we can go together, but we're not the only people going. And she was like, well, she went through this story, and I was like, girl, you are not. In the way she was framing it, like she was my only friend. And I'm like, girl, you are not my only friend. Like, it's a group of us going. And it was sad, but that was like the end of our friendship. Because what you talking about? You don't even respect me enough to communicate with me. You're going to create this whole situation about something that don't even belong to you. That's something that was gifted. People crazy. People got their own stuff going on. People will create these situations and stories and stuff. And like I said, that's too much energy for me. I keep it simple. It's too much energy. Too much. I don't like it.
I get it.
That's why I really don't like people. They too much.
I love people, and I love people,
and I love you for loving people. And they are attracted to you like a moth to the flame, and it tickles me every time, because I don't care who it is. You get all of the strays. It's like a sonar. You be like, boop, 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 boop. You're like, where did they come from? And I watch people and how they interact with you and how they're drawn to you. And that's why you're my friend. It is a special light that they are attracted to.
I don't know.
It's like that moth light that we got in the living room.
I don't know. Coda Evelyn, you think I'm a magnet?
Yes, she has a very good heart, but boy, you do not want to see that other side of Tamika. Absolutely not. But she is a force. She is a definitely a great energy to be around. And she's taught me how to be. She's created a safe enough space for me after we went through all our bumps and bruises to be a better friend. And that is tough for me. So I tell people, she has made me a better friend, which has made me a better person. But again, this work did not happen overnight. We got our bumps and bruises. You see how mean she treated me.
Woo! You know what? I'm gonna let you have your moment, because you see how mean I treat you. That's okay. Because you, I mean, like I said, you are the one that sits over in behind the bushes behind a palm tree.
See how mean she treat me. Ask her since she's been here. It's been nachos and mojitos the whole way. She has been getting featured and served and loved on. Look at that. She can't. What you want, mojitos and nachos? You go. She can't even refute that.
And look, and she don't know the whole time she been sitting here. I ordered Ruth Chris for dinner.
I thought we was going outside. I was ready to go outside. I was like, "Oh, where are we going?" I know we gonna go
I
outside.
ordered Ruth Chris for dinner. She
I'm like,
got,
"Ooh, where are we going?"
she got a Ruth Chris on the way and ordered it and everything.
Oh my God, Tamika is beyond spoiled. She is rock. Like if she were teeth, she'd be those silver teeth that the little kids have that drink too much juice. She is spoiled rotten. But I didn't get to I got to make her nachos when I was in Denver, but I didn't have all my secret spices and stuff, so she didn't get them like I wanted to deliver. They was all right, but
so
she came and got some of the stuff.
Okay, D, you don't think you spoiled?
Oh, definitely.
Oh.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely. Absolutely. You are a good friend to me, and anybody, and we may talk to each other crazy and have jokes, but don't let nobody else come in my space with that. You be like, that ain't gonna happen. Except for last week, you betrayed me last week. I wanted to punch you in your throat. Like, stop talking to that man with all them finger rings.
Oh man, I ain't betray you. I just want.
That's why I thought we was going outside tonight, so I can sit and
grill him down. Going outside,
huh?
We still going outside. We both have an expectation. Met you at a certain. Yeah. Oh yeah, we do. We spoil it. Well, I spoil all my friends though. Anybody that's my friend, and I mean,
but that's that Scorpio in you as well.
But even in the meetups, I mean, I try to make sure that when you all come to the meetups, we take care of you all. We spoil y'all, give you information. I show you stuff. I showing you offer letters. I make sure that you know where things are coming from, why people are doing things certain way. I bring people on. Like I try to give you in this community, I try to give you the maximum, right? I try to show you how to make $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. What's your $10 million plan? How do you get there? Who can I put you in contact with? Like I don't want people to come here and just sit here and then you don't get nothing. You don't get nothing. Like that don't even that don't even make sense, right? Like when people are out here telling you about, these cars and how you can get a car, this, that, and other. I was just at the dealership yesterday at Afri when I was talking to Afri yesterday. I was at the dealership, literally at the dealership, sitting down at the dealership. In fact, I was getting ready to go, and they said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I gotta run home because I gotta do a training." They's like, "No, use this office here. We want you to stay longer. Use this office here." I'm all in the Range Rovers and the 2023 Range Rovers, all
brought back cookies from some man at the dealership. I'm like, what? And I told Afri, luckily I said, take your tablet because you think you're going, I'm just going to run up to the dealership and come back. And I was like, take your tablet because you got a meeting at 4:30. You got a one-on-one.
Yeah, so
that's her tribe. That's her thing. Those are her buddies. They've offered her several jobs. She probably could have been in the management over there. Like that's her other tribe. They're just car people. They have their own thing. I don't want to go up there because it's gonna be all day, all night, all day, all night.
No, when I go to the car dealership, like yesterday we were talking about insurance, term life insurance, whole life insurance. We're talking about because Jaguar is going away, they're rebranding themselves, so they got some newer cars coming out. What does that look like? Do you want to get your hands on one? Hey, you want to do a car show? Hey, we got this going on. You should come back. Hey, we're thinking about getting a boat and going out. That kind of stuff. That's those are
it's another space though.
Yes,
and one of the goals is to turn our passions into profit. So it is cultivating that relationship over time. These relationships are over 10 years. So we've seen people come and go. Like, we've literally been going to that dealership since me and her start hanging out.
I've been going there since 2011.
Since we start hanging out. See,
It's
when you would come by my place and be like,
2013.
I'm test driving this. Once you got your first truck, that first GL truck, after that, when you wanted something else and you were like, I need a commute car. Ever since then, it's been that relationship with the dealership, and we've been going. It's been over 10 years now. We've been going up there. The people, they've changed positions. People have come. People have gone. The dealership has broken into different parts. They've changed locations. It is a relationship built over time.
Yeah, and
You
I
know
was
what I'm
supposed to
saying?
get up. I was supposed to get up today and go to the other dealership to go hang out with them because they were buying me lunch, but I didn't get a chance to run over there to hang out with them. But again, like, I want to bring them on so you all can meet them and talk to them and ask your car questions and finance questions and people who started YouTube channels and how do you fund your car with the fact that you had a YouTube channel and so forth and so on, like those things. Miss Phoenix 91, thank you for your tech ties. Again, we do these shows for you, but they're also therapeutic for me, because when I'm in different rooms and talking to people, like I say, that's raised $250 million in a fund, or they've raised they're buying a hotel, or somebody is buying a car dealership, or somebody's buying a set of pharmacies, or somebody's buying a set of car washes, or somebody is becoming an auto broker, and they're setting up to be a broker. A lot of people don't know this, but Dee was gonna go be a broker, because of the fact of being in and out of these different cars and so forth and so on. And what does that look like?
In my
You got
downtime, I'm going to take the class and the test. But I
yeah,
have no downtime. I have
and
to get my
then
money back.
and then I got friends who started out with one boat. Now they got three boats, and now they got a boat charter. And so, like, I was like, man, okay, well, how can we utilize that for women in Lennox, for when people come down to Florida, and we do like a boat cruise, and we do events on the boat or something like that. Like, look, let's different things, right? Different rooms to be in. The neighbors down the street and across the street sell boats, and tell you
Fishing
what to look out
charters and all
for.
that. I mean, it's just, it's a lot out there. You just have to open your eyes and recalibrate what you're looking for. Like Tam say, write it down. Write down your skills. Start with the end. That's what a friend told me. Start with the end. If you're gonna struggle where you want to be at. If you want to be over here by this water and access, even if you don't go to the beach every day, struggle where you want to be,
Hmm.
and then go from there. Think about how much it costs for you to live, and work towards those goals. Write down what that end result is and work backwards, and place yourself in those situations. It's just and I don't want to say it's that easy, because we all got our own different hangups about what that looks like, and how that is going to come. But again, the work becomes self work with you first. It begins with you. What is the hangup? What is the what is the fear?
This is what I'm talking about here. No new Jaguars before 2025. All the current models will be phased out. So whatever they got, they got. That's it. They ain't making no more. And they going all electric. And so they got some of the newer electric stuff some of their new electric cars out there that they've been showcasing. But again, when we're talking about what's happening in the car industry, what does that look like from a technical standpoint, right? Because now, again, updating and upgrading your car over the air, what does that look like? Car security, is a huge thing. It's still a huge thing. The more electric we become, the more security opens up.
More
And
vulnerable you become.
yeah, and then let's add into the fact of what does that look like insurance wise. um what does that look like insurance wise, like, the security of the car, the insurance, somebody hacking it, somebody being able to get in. I mean, we already seen people getting in the cars, just, if you don't have a Faraday shield around your key fobs. People can pick up the signal from your car and pick up the signal from your keychain, from your keys, and then get into your car. And so the people have been stealing cars left and right like that. Well, if we go all EV and we're all electrical and and we're EV everything. Well, what does that mean? Like, are people going to start hacking the actual stations to charge? Start stealing stuff there, or put something into your car, you're trying to charge up, but at the same time it's reading off information or possible information. Those kind of things we need to be on the lookout for. um Again, chip manufacturers, those cars are chip based. So again, this is why it's so important, going back to the whole Biden thing and the chip manufacturing and the manufacturing out of Augusta. Like, if you don't know, buy you some land in Augusta, buy you some hotels in Augusta, buy you some housings in Augusta. There's a lot of money. It is the pilot of what is to come in the other five cities. And so that location is going to be the model. So they're going to put in as much money as they can to perfect that model. So while we're sitting here talking, you should be looking up land in Augusta, hotels in Augusta. There's plants going into Augusta. Not only just EV plants, but they're set to be a tech hub, and they're setting them up to be a tech hub, just like Huntsville as well too. So again, you have to understand what that looks like. The five cities. Let me see if I still have it, Evelyn. If I still have it up. um, if not, I got the link, and I can go back to the link. One of them was Phoenix, of course, Columbus. Let me see if I can find it again. For that tech hub. Let me see, Augusta. Let me see, what is it? Chip Act. That's what it was. Chip Act, Augusta, Tech Hub. I was looking today and getting recommendation for RE agents. Yep, yep. Um, Finding out where they're building everything at, the plants and so forth. That's gonna help you too. But let me see if they got it on here. The cities. No, they don't have it on this link. Let me go back. Let me do Chip Act cities. Cities hubs. Let me see if it comes up. Okay. No, that's 2022.
Yeah, I think there's a military. Yeah, it's a military base in Augusta.
Oh yeah, Fort Gordon. Fort Gordon. Um, I let me look for it, but let me pull this up here, because this goes back into an earlier conversation that we were having. Um, this right here is the Department of Commerce with the $500 million in grants. Where they're having the $500 million in grants. The 500 million is a part of the $10 billion authorization from the last year's Chip Act, where they're trying to again create those tech hubs, right here. The tech hubs are meant to build up areas that already have a major research specialties, but lack the access to finances that could fuel stronger growth and business. Alabama is one of those places. Huntsville, again, Huntsville has got $20 billion going into it. Um, pockets of the U.S. already have leading edge tech, such as medical devices in Minnesota, robotics in Pittsburgh, agriculture technology in Fresno. But the challenge has been finding ways to boost those fields. A Queen Lee, the Department of Energy in that rural area, and putting in those farms, and whatever the case may be. This is part of that as well too, right? This is part of that. To qualify for Tech Hub money, each applicant would need a partnership with one or more companies, a state development agency, worker training programs, worker training programs. Those that was on that was on the live yesterday for the 300 500K earners. This is part of that of what I was talking about. People need to have their skills redeveloped. People need confidence. People need to get back in the workforce, or people entering into the workforce. So worker retraining programs are going to be most get are going to get a lot of money. And some of those grants that have been coming out are in the billions for worker retraining. They're in the billions. A university and state and local government leaders, roughly 20 cities are expected to be designated as tech hubs, with 10 essentially receiving funds. Right. This is just the one that I was talking about with the tech hub. There's a whole PDF for it as well too. Let me see if this leads to it. Yeah, here it is right here. Funding opportunities to expand economic opportunity across America. President Biden and the whole economic development for the tech hub right here, how funding will be allocated and so forth. And you don't, if when you see money and stuff like this going out, real estate is going to go up. Hotels, assisted living facilities, people retiring, people transitioning, all these things are going to happen. All these things are going to happen, right? So you got to figure out where you're going to be at in this. You got to figure out where you're going to be at in all of this. Let me see if I can find the thing with Augusta. It is on my list here. Let me hold on. I'll pull it up again. Hold on. All right, here. Let's see right here. All right, the White House to launch workforce hub in Augusta. So those cities, right here is right here. Those cities are the Biden administration selected Augusta for a hub, along with Phoenix, Columbus, Pittsburgh, and Baltimore. And Baltimore most definitely needs it. Baltimore most definitely needs it. So those are the cities. And it says the cities will serve as a model with a goal of replicating the program in other states. So this is going to get even bigger. This is going to be even bigger. So again, this is what I talk about. Know where the money is flowing from the government, because they have the billions. Human and health services. That's where your worker retraining coming out of. 27.5 billion out of that. And then again, when we start talking about that flow, of not just the money, but the real estate, the hotels, the assisted living facilities, the training, the worker retraining, the schools, the daycare, the food, um, everything a human needs is what we talking about here, right? Everything a human needs is what we're talking about. So again, when we look at this, you all got to expand the scope of what that means. Expand the scope of what that means in terms of how you can be on the cutting edge versus you being the consumer. You're the producer, right? You're the producer. You're the one that has the whole. You're the one that got the ground, and somebody puts a building on there, and you do a ground lease with them, or you have the ability to um, uh, bring in urgent care and help with the in the areas that don't have hospitals or anything of that, they at least got an urgent care. You have the ability to tap into and set up partnerships for financing. People are going to need to understand how to set up their finance. People are going to need to understand how to set up their estate. These are all the things you have the ability to do and be at the forefront of, and be the producer and let others be the consumer. Again, stuck people need insurance. Stuck people need finances, and stuck people need food. They're gonna be on Stuck Island. You know where to find them. That's an easy target. They're easy money. Stuck people are easy money. They're easy to make money off of because they stuck, and all they are is consumers. I know it sounds gray, sounds demoralizing, but you got to understand that some people are just going to be a sack of potatoes. And those, you know how you let a sack of potatoes sit there and they start growing spuds and stuff and they become interconnected and they start looking like the Borg from Star Trek?
Or they get juicy and just be disintegrated, just be juicy on the floor. I want to be a spud that can start growing other stuff so I can be something to somebody else. I don't want to turn into juice and just be on there just a brown spot on the floor, just stinking.
I'm gonna make a map tonight. I'm gonna create Stuck Island, and once you get off a Stuck boat, and come in the Stuck Pier, then you go down Stuck Lane. You make a left. Once you go down Stuck Lane, you make a right on Stuck Terrace, and come into the cul-de-sac of Stuck Terrace, and that's somebody's house on the left. I'm gonna make a whole map of Stuck Lane, Stuck Terrace, and that's gonna be my thing. Instead of the getaway, you're gonna get to the stuck away. That's what I'm gonna do. Stuck away. That's your trip. Yep. So D, you got one other thing. D Linux Links. I was a participant that received cybersecurity training. Now I want to be a provider to help others get into the industry too. I think you and Afri are working on the same plan. Same as a lot of people.
Right.
So how can we get y'all to work together? That's what we need.
Or with women in Linux. I mean, it's either or.
Yeah.
But everybody wants to start their own thing, and I don't.
And I'm cool. I'm cool.
Everybody need to be a boss, but like I said, I like to keep it simple. I like synergy. I like building, and then go from there. I don't want to have to do it all by myself. But that's just me. But congratulations.
You see. That was it. Jennifer Jasmine, I got your text. D, that's it. We came to the end. We did it. And
Okay, send us something on the Slack. We already have something in progress, and so we are definitely looking for to expand that with instructors and stuff. So,
oh yeah, I need instructors.
yeah, hit us up in the Slack, and let us discuss. But along with providing a boot camp, we've also been, there's some other things that we're working on as being a provider of these services to bigger educational institutions. So yes, I've been having sleep. I've been going to sleep at 4 and 5 a.m. in the morning.
D, we gotta be the bank.
Hey, I don't mind that.
Gotta be the bank.
I don't mind it.
Yep, we gotta be the bank. But that's all good. In due time. STEM Nomad, we gotta connect. We hadn't connected since that meeting, so you let me know when's a good time um, to get there. Yep, there's some beautiful properties in Augusta. I got some friends that just bought a couple of acres up in Augusta. Um,
Georgia in general has some beautiful homes, like especially if you're not even in the metropolitan area, um, like even
old
South Florida,
plantation
like,
style homes,
huh?
the old plantation style homes.
Oh, and then some that are not like Palmetto, Florida. Well, I told my ex husband we weren't living in South Florida, but he has some not South Florida, South Georgia, no, South Fulton County. I was like,
Hmm.
no, that's not where my property's gonna appreciate over there. But he would take me to some places that were not off of Camp Creek, but Palmetto further out, and they had some beautiful older homes on some older property that were not Civil War style. um, I don't want to live in that with the spirits of the ancestors on there. But yeah, some beautiful homes. Beautiful, beautiful homes. I'm a mid century modern girl myself. So I don't need a whole lot of house. I need a whole lot of experience, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, I'm looking at Montezuma. Let me see how far is that from Augusta. Hold on, I'll tell you in a minute. Hold on. Let me see how far that is. Let's get a directions here. Augusta. 3 hours away. So that's down past Perry, Warner Robins going towards Americas. Down there. I don't know what's going on down there. But this what I do know. You can get 3 acres for $50,000. You can get an acre for 15. You can get 700 acres for seven for you can get 7 acres for 700,000. Right. And all down through Warner Robins, down all through there. In those areas, Oglethorpe, Montezuma. Even I would even look in places around. I was looking at some places to just put some grow some trees on. That's what I was looking at. I was looking at places to grow some trees on, so I could farm some trees. We all need trees, right? We all need trees, so that's what I was looking at. And, yeah, like you can get like 3 acres out here in these backwood towns and stuff like that. But also look at, again, like I said before, look at the economic development of what's going on in those cities. You know what's going on in Augusta. I've shown you what's going on in Augusta. So you've seen that already. And then some of you may just want to be farmers. You might just want to have a farm. Right?
Hopefully nobody's trying to run you off your land.
Yeah, a tiny acre and a half a I mean a tiny acre, a tiny home and a half an acre. Yep. I say this all the time. People get mad with me. I said I could have a Rolls Royce and 5 acres and a tiny home. And they were like, you can't, excuse me, you can't do that. I was like, why? Why can't I do that?
Why? Who said I can't? So
Why can't I do
real,
that?
real funny. So when Tam first started looking for a house, there was all these little houses. The property was way cheaper back then, right? So it was this little house that she could have got. It was a nice size house, but it was across the street from a corner store. If you understand what that means, two corner stores. It was close to the corner in the spot, and she was like, "I can just get this and be paid for it." I was like, "Friend, you cannot live here." Like
She ruined it for me, right? The
she
house.
still should have bought it, but at that time she
You know how
wasn't
much?
as real
No,
estate
don't even
savvy
tell
as
them
she
how much
is
the
now.
house is. Don't tell how much
the house was $10,000.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't
Yes, it was.
$10,000. It was $7,000.
Well, it was 7,000. She wasn't gonna
It
stay
was
there. That wasn't gonna
it was a
she could have
three
rented
bed.
it out, but at that time she wasn't really in the rehabbing, and the house wasn't rehabbed, and she would have to do some
It
work.
was 3 bedrooms, 2 baths for
She thought
$7,000.
she didn't even want to rehab nothing. We saw the house and she was like, "No, this is too much work, whatever." So every time we ride by this house now, she was like, "This could have been my house. I could have had this parked in it." He was not going to live in this house here. Every time people be out in front, just look. You are not going to live in this. This was not going to be your primary residence. It was Le Hood. It was a lot of action.
It would have been le paid for.
And you could have still did it, but that was not where your mind was at right now. As we reflect
it
over
would have been le paid and income producing.
it could have been, but that's not where we was at. You know more now.
It could have took me to higher heights. Look at that. I could have been charging $3,000 a month for that 3 bedroom, 2 bath that I paid $7,000 for.
And that condo, I mean, it's so many coulda, shoulda, wouldas. I don't even want to kick myself in the head.
I don't know why I listen to you.
What? What's that? You don't know why you listen to me.
Yeah.
Two corner stores, Alfred. It was a hot intersection. I was like, girl, bye. This was a hot intersection. It's still hot to this day. Hot intersection.
It was out for MLK. What's the problem?
She proved my point. I didn't even bring up the name of the street. MLK South, not the north part of MLK.
I don't understand the problem.
There wasn't no problem with me. There wasn't no problem.
All this yapping. Yeah, it was right off of MLK, Ratchetville, USA, and I was gonna park my Rolls Royce.
Not close. That was the intersection. It was off of, not close to. It was off of.
And all I was gonna do, like everybody else, sit my chairs outside. Now there's some MLK that's good on the north side.
I mean, because you got the north and the south, but this particular and both the street is long, so at either end it's a really nice street. You know, I think for me, growing up in the big city and knowing what the projects look like, when people say it's the hood and it's houses and stuff, that's for me. I know that hood is a mentality. Because for me, if you grew up in a house and you still calling this a hood, I get it, but I don't get it. Because I mean, boys in the hood, they lived in houses and stuff, but I know some projects like this ain't hood to me. Y'all just crazy. Y'all are unappreciative because you could be living a lot worse. So I get it, but
let me get this slack for you. Here we go. Let me pull that up. Here you go. I could have been sipping in the lap of luxury.
And you're not.
Mm-mm.
Didn't it? Aren't you? I'm not gonna even go in there because don't you got Ruth's Chris on the way? Ruth's Chris?
No, it ain't. It look like they ain't put it in. I'm gonna have to call them. I don't know what they doing. I was looking for Ruth to come through. But they acting shiesty. After you get your order, tell the delivery driver your PIN. Okay.
You got it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's supposed to be on the way. It's ordered. I call my hometown neighborhood. Now looking around it, looking around, it was nah. Well, folks, it's been real. I hope you all had a good. This was a good section for you. We were supposed to do other things, but we didn't. It's all good though. It's all good, D. I just got to finish washing clothes and be ready.
Hey, hey. Once you
That's
was
good.
inviting people to the show, I was like, oh, she's not even do that. So I'm like, I'm just, thought the food would be here by now since you put the cat out the bag. Now, if it, you know me, I'm like, cancel that, and we might as well just go pop up at that place and eat. I I still got my
You're welcome,
breakfast
Allie
sandwich
Boo.
in here. Look at my breakfast sandwich, my little croissant and egg. It didn't dry it up on me. Look at that.
I don't know how why it take you so long to eat. Lord Jesus, I'm gonna
I
stop.
was full.
I don't know why it take you 4 hours to eat a sandwich.
I was full. I had no more
You the
room at
only
the end.
person I know. You the only person I know that can get a chocolate chip cookie and eat it for 2 hours. I don't understand how you get a chocolate chip cookie. It ain't nothing but a cookie, and you eat it for 2 hours. It's
I
so
ate half
bad,
of it and was full.
Dion. It's so bad. You eat so slow and so minuscule. My mama was like, "Why does she eat? Why does that child eat like that?"
That ain't your mama business. But you think I eat slow? My aunt eats slower, and she makes everything up. I don't care what your mama and them say.
It
That's my
was so
business.
bad. It's so
It's not
bad.
that bad. It's not
It
that bad.
is.
It's
It
not. I
is.
chew. It's okay.
It is.
It's not that bad.
It is. It's really, really bad.
It is not that bad.
Let me tell you how bad it is. It's very bad. She is the only person I know. Like, if you're gonna go somewhere with D, if you're gonna go out with her, go ahead and order your appetizer and your main course, because D is still her entree is gonna come because she's gonna order an entree. She might order appetizer, but her entree is gonna come. You're gonna finish your appetizer, and they gonna deliver your food, and she's still gonna be eating on her entree. I'm talking about she chewing her food. It's salmon. How much chewing do you do with salmon? It is salad. How much chewing do you do on salad? Open up an incognito, Alexander. It's a shame. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm trying to save you. Think Big T after this. Well, hold on. You're back. I just had a conversation with the peoples. Well, D, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I hope you have a good night. I hope that you're okay. I hope you chew your food 15,000 times before you swallow. Um, I pray that everything is all right with you and your chewing whenever you get your food.
Such a
Chew each bite 33 times before you bye y'all.
You're supposed to. That's how it goes. That's my business. Y'all have a good night. We won't see you next week. I think we'll see you on Wednesday. I'm not sure. Tam will be at the conference, so I'm not sure if we're having a meetup or not. Or she might have some amazing guests. So you guys have a good night. And I will see you Wednesday. All right.